Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druffytime. This is being recorded live and broadcasted live on May 21st, 2026. The time right now, 2:36 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. This is the WSOP preview episode for the 2026 WSOP, but we have plenty of other topics as well. But by the time you hear the next episode, the WSOP will be in full swing. So this is the episode where we're going to talk about WSOP matters before it begins, of which there are some. In fact, some of these stories are dating back to last year with implications for 2026. So you're going to want to hear all this stuff if you're going to play the WSOP or if you are a fan of the WSOP. And I believe I have all the important stuff I'm going to hit on, including a special segment about whether or not you should max late register, which is sort of a controversial topic, but nobody's really talking about it yet. Then we will have other topics, and next time you'll hear from me will be during the World Series itself, and I'm sure I will have plenty of stories, as I always do, from weird things, controversies, and idiosyncrasies and follies that occur every year at the World Series of Poker. It seems inevitable. Can't even predict a lot of this stuff that's going to happen. If you want to text the show, you can do so anytime, 775-372-8355. That spells 775-FRAUD55. That's our main number. And you cannot call it. Don't call it because I cannot take the call. I still have not fixed that. It is something, it's on my to-do list for this year. And I think it's going to be part of my general upgrade of the entire radio broadcasting setup, because I have kind of a janky setup here that I've been using for quite some time. And I look at other podcasters and I say, you know what? It's time for me to upgrade, get a bit more professional. Not way more professional, but a bit more. So I'll let you know when that happens, and I believe a phone number that works will be part of it. But in the meantime, you can text me, 775-372-8355. You can also go in the chat room if you're listening live and comment over there. Though it is the middle of the night, so I don't expect a lot of people in the chat room. But if you're listening to the show anytime, live or in the archives, you are welcome to text me, and I usually will respond. Of course, we have the call to listen line. That's a number you can just call and listen to the show. You don't need any kind of software, no phone, no internet, no data plan, nothing. It's very simple. You just call up and you listen, and it never buffers, never freezes. That phone number is 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189. It is not a number to call and talk to me. It's only a number to call and listen. But it is a low-tech way to listen to the show, especially if you do not have a very good cell connection at the moment, and all you can really do is make a phone call. But it works, and it's been listened to for millions of minutes since I put it up. And it's going to stay up for the foreseeable future, even though it seems kind of antiquated. The call to listen line, 518-931-1189. Of course, most of you listen in podcast format, and we are on every podcasting platform you can imagine. Though if there's something we're not on, you can let me know and I'll add it, provided it's not too much trouble. So we are presently on iTunes, the TuneIn app. You can even listen live on the TuneIn app. iHeartMedia, Spotify, Audible, Odyssey, that's spelled Audacy, Amazon Alexa, just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio Podcast, Castbox, and perhaps most importantly, YouTube. We don't have all our episodes on YouTube, but we have every episode for the last few years on YouTube, and every episode going forward will be on there as well. And I even get a little bit of money. A little bit of money goes into my Jew wallet when you listen to the show on YouTube. And I try to keep the ads to a minimum. That is how they pay me, but I don't want to inundate you with ads because that's not fair to you. Now, don't feel obligated or pressured to listen on YouTube, but if you like YouTube as a way to listen to the show, then by all means use it. So those are our various formats. You can also download the MP3 of the show or play it directly from the Poker Fraud Alert server with no additional software. If you just go to pokerfraudalert.com, go into the forum, and look for the Radio Archives forum and go to whatever show you want to listen to, and you'll see the player right there. And you can either download the MP3 or just use a little player, and it'll work. It'll play. So you don't need any kind of podcasting software if you don't want to do that. A lot of ways to listen. I want to make it as easy for you as possible. We still don't have a free roll. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the free roll going or if I will have the whole room shut down. Just seems to be doing the show very late at night and don't have the crowd for the free roll anymore and don't do the show every week anymore. So, times change, so it might be time to shut that down, as sad as it is. But if I do shut it down, we'll probably have some final free roll to not only give away the remaining money that never got claimed, but also just as a final farewell to it. I'll give you the agenda, and then we'll get going. We have 4 WSOP preview topics, then a Druffytime Theater. We haven't had a Druffytime Theater in a while. And I said, you know what? It's time for one. So I have a story that is from way back, 36 years ago. Also in the spring, though, right around this time of year, 36 years ago in 1990, when the Palm Springs High School class president invited me to come to a big summer party that was upcoming. It was going to be in the hills surrounding Palm Springs. And it was going to be a party with a lot of hot chicks. A lot more girls than guys there, and supposedly just by showing up and being friends with this guy, these girls were going to be interested in me. It was going to be a really fun party. Did I go, and what happened when I went to that party? I'm going to tell you the story, and then you're going to guess the ending. There's going to be 5 different possible endings, and you can guess which one you think happened before I reveal it. I have an update on the Tony Mars story. Remember this whole story about this crooked game in Irvine, California, where a lot of people alleged they got cheated? Shen was involved. Remember him? He was the one who was later busted for the sports fixing and the poker game fixing. We've talked about him recently. Probably now a federal informant. He was involved in that, but the main figure who was accused was an Asian guy named Shen, who called himself Tony Mars. And he never got in any trouble for any of that alleged cheating, but he is in trouble now. He has been arrested in Las Vegas, and he is accused of passing bad checks to the Wynn. Not a smart thing to do. Streamer Kevin Martin, who's from Canada, is starting his own reality series. In fact, later today will be the first broadcast of it. It is called Poker Wars. I'll play you the preview of it, and then I will tell you whether I think it will work. The infamous Heart Attack Grill in downtown Las Vegas is closing. You may have heard of that. It's a grill that serves very, very large burgers, very, very fattening food, and they're proud of it. They're proud of making you fat. They're proud of their food being unhealthy. They're even proud of the fact that someone really had a heart attack there in 2012. They are closing. I'll tell you why they claim they're closing. I'll tell you why I think they're closing. And I'll give you a bit of history of the Heart Attack Grill, which I've never been to, but it's kind of interesting. It's kind of infamous in downtown Vegas, but there's more to the story. A Canadian blackjack advantage player, that is a card counter, he had 2 hands with 20s, which is, of course, a great hand in blackjack, illegally killed while playing at Boomtown, New Orleans. He even got it on video. So I will tell you how this happened and why there has not been any consequence for the casinos. And I will tell you my general feeling on the whole thing, which might surprise you a bit. Finally, Ethan Rampage Yao has been scammed again, this time by an LA bookie, so he says. I believe him, but it's his story. I can't verify it, but I have to think it's probably true. This is the 4th time he's been scammed since 2022. He really is the biggest mark in poker. I'll tell you about his latest victimhood as we close the show. So let's get on to the first topic, and that is our WSOP preview. We have 4 topics within this preview. Remember, the World Series of Poker is starting in 5 days on May 26th. It's May 21st right now. There's a new rule involving sponsorship we're going to talk about. There is 3 rule change. There's 3 rule changes that are now in the books that are addressing controversies from last year. Then I'm going to tell you about buying in with credit cards, if you can still do it without fees. And then we're going to talk about max late registration and whether it is smart or dumb. Those are our 4 WSOP topics. After that, we will move on to the other topics I just told you are on our agenda. There is a lot of controversy right now regarding the sponsorship approval process that was very recently announced by the WSOP. And it wasn't really announced by them directly. I'm not even sure how you were supposed to know. But this became publicized by Patrick Leonard, who was told that he could not wear a patch for the site he represents, which, by the way, is a controversial site and one we have talked about a lot here this year. And that kicked off a whole big discussion. And a lot of people are unhappy with the way the WSOP is handling this. So I'll tell you what's going on, then I'll give you my opinion. So Patrick Leonard, he has a pretty good reputation, and he is currently representing coin poker, which I don't think is the greatest fit for him, because he's one of these guys who is well-liked and known to be a dude with integrity and known to be pretty logical in situations where he's commenting regarding the poker community. He's not really the type of guy you would expect to just stamp his name on a controversial site that's kind of shady and promote them. I really am kind of surprised by that. But hey, you know, when people are offered money, they often find ways to convince themselves that it's okay. Because, you know, there's reasons to put your name on a site as a sponsored pro. Well, really the reason is money. But you can reason with yourself that as long as it's not an outright scam, you know, as long as it's not like a no-pay site like Lock Poker was, as long as you know the site is paying people out, then you can reason to yourself, okay, you know, they haven't done everything perfectly, but what site is perfect? And hey, this isn't my business how they operate. I don't have to agree with every one of their decisions. I'm just promoting them. And as long as they're actually paying out winners, then what's the problem? As long as there's no major cheating scandals, what's the problem? So I'm guessing that was probably Patrick Leonard's rationale when he was offered to be a sponsored pro for coin poker, and he accepted that offer. I don't know about the process he went through to become a pro there. I do know he's been put in some awkward positions where coin poker says or does stupid or shady things, and then he's very selective with what he responds to. So that's why it's hard when you're in that position, because you're not your own man anymore. You really have to answer for what your sponsor is doing, and it's hard to just wash your hands of it unless you really have no social media presence. Like there's guys like The Grinder or Phil Ivey who will stamp their name on anything. Johnny Chan was known for that too, but they're not active on social media, so they don't really have to answer to anyone because they're really not in a forum where they're being questioned. So it's one of these things where if you're not there, then you don't take as much heat. It's one of these things like if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there to hear it fall, then did it really make a sound? The version of that here is if you're not on social media and everyone's bashing you, is it really happening? And for the guys who just put their name on anything and don't care if people don't like it, they just take the money, I guess for them the answer is no, it's not really happening, even though it actually is. So Patrick Leonard is active on social media. He's very active. So it's harder when you're someone like him to justify signing up with a site that is acting shady and promoting them. And then people ask you, hey, how can you promote something like this? Explain this, explain that. And then you don't have an answer and people get mad. So Patrick Leonard wrote this, and this really kicked off the whole topic, and it is a pretty recent controversy. He posted this tweet on May 15th at 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So this is less than 6 days old, this controversy, and it's ongoing, so it's not even something that's completed. He wrote, re-25K fantasy. Now, what he's referring to is there is a fantasy poker league that you can buy in for $25,000 and pick players that you feel will do well at this World Series. It's kind of like fantasy baseball, fantasy football, except it has to do with the World Series of Poker, and it's got a $25K buy-in. So a number of players have been announcing whether they're going to play a full schedule or if they're going to play at all So this way, if someone wants to select them for the 25K Fantasy League, they have an idea if this person's even going to be playing. Because no matter how good someone is, if they're barely playing or not playing, they're not going to get you many fantasy points. So a number of players, as a courtesy to the 25K fantasy players, are putting up their intended schedule, or at least a general summary of how active they're going to be during the WSOP. So this is what Patrick Leonard wrote regarding the 25K fantasy and how it relates to him. He wrote, "Not sure what and if I'll play. Currently been denied to wear a patch, which I believe can lead to disqualification at the tournament director's discretion. I imagine, as with a lot of other players, this will complicate things. I understand and respect WSOP is more GG Live now," referring to it's like the live events for GG Poker, who's the owner of the WSOP these days, "and won't break the rules. The rules are the rules. I'll respect them even if I disagree with them. I do think that sites are extremely demotivated to invest in players in our space when the flagship series restricts outside investment. Probably playing $200 daily with Brad Owen at New Orleans," meaning the Orleans, not in New Orleans. He means the Orleans casino. "Good luck, everybody, at the draft and at the series." And then he posted a screenshot. Now, before I read you the screenshot of the emails he had with WSOP, let me explain what he's trying to say here. He's trying to say, don't pick me in your 25K league because I may not play any events at all. And the reason is because I'm not allowed to wear the sponsorship patch. Now, it's a little bit weird because, it's nice to get money to wear a sponsorship patch, but why should you need that money if you're a poker pro? Isn't Patrick Leonard doing well enough to where he can play the WSOP? Does he really need a sponsorship patch to show up? Is he trying to say that he's losing in poker? This is the only way he can afford to enter the World Series? Because I enter the World Series. I don't have a sponsorship patch. So that's a little bit weird. But I think he's trying to make a point here that he has been disallowed, as has everybody else from Coin Poker, from wearing a patch or presumably any kind of Coin Poker gear. And I will now read you the email chain that he posted. So on May 12th, it showed that sponsorship at WSOP.com, which is an email, of course, attached to WSOP. I don't know who actually runs it, but it's someone at WSOP. They wrote, "Hi, Patrick. Thank you for submitting your sponsorship/logo approval request. After review, your request was not approved pursuant to WSOP policies and guidelines. As outlined in the WSOP tournament rules, any participant intending to display logos, patches, or promotional language while seated at a feature table or while producing event content intended for distribution via digital or linear channels must receive prior written permission from host properties or their designee. Accordingly, the submitted logos, patches, and or promotional language may not be displayed during tournament play in covered areas or feature table appearances. Thank you for your cooperation. Best regards, WSOP Sponsorship and Media Team." Okay, so what does all that mean? It basically means you can't wear any Coin Poker gear. It means he emailed sponsorship at WSOP.com, which is the email address for the sponsorship approval, which is a new thing this year. I didn't even know about this, but somehow Patrick knew about it, and he emailed them. He's not showing the email he sent requesting it, but he requested to wear Coin Poker gear, and that's what he got back, saying no. And they were explaining that he basically can't wear it anywhere in the tournament area if he's playing. I guess he can walk around, but if he's playing any tournament, doesn't matter if he's on a feature table or just at a regular table. If he's playing any WSOP tournament, he cannot wear any Coin Poker logos. So what he wrote back was, "Hi, sorry I don't understand, must receive prior written approval from host properties or their designee. That's what I was trying to do in this email. Could you tell me how to do that, please?" Now, that's a little bit weird. It's very clear he was denied. I don't know why he's taking their kind of strange corporate language and acting like he doesn't know what they're saying. I mean, he's a smart guy. He knows they're saying no. But they responded back. This is now on May 15th, shortly before he posted his tweet about the whole thing. Hi, Patrick. Although all logos, patches, or promotional language must be submitted for review, submission does not guarantee approval. WSOP and its host, Caesars Entertainment, reserve the right to reject any logos, patches, or promotional language. In this case, it was decided that your submission was not approved. We appreciate you reaching out in advance and complying with the review process. So basically they're saying, thanks for asking, but the answer is no. We don't want coin poker here. So he was not happy about that. So he was tweeting that this is bad because sites like coin poker are going to be, quote, extremely demotivated to invest when they're not allowed to wear their patches. That's not his exact words, but that's what he's trying to say. Coin poker is not going to send people to WSOP. They're not going to have tournaments to sponsor people going to the WSOP or buy in people to the WSOP. They're not going to have any stuff like that, and therefore WSOP is going to have fewer players if WSOP is not letting certain sites like coin poker wear their patches. And that's kind of nonsense, because this will have a negligible effect on the participation at the WSOP. There are not going to be a lot fewer people there because coin poker can't have its people wearing patches. Basically, it's going to be the sponsored coin poker pros that now will choose not to come, which aren't many, and maybe a few people that could win some kind of package to go to the WSOP unofficially, because coin can't directly buy anyone in, but they could give them the money to go. So, yeah, I guess they won't have any promotions like that, but it's not like they were sending thousands of players. It's really going to have a very, very minor effect on the WSOP, so small it won't even be noticeable. Patrick's trying to come up with any way to get people riled up and have them think this is affecting everybody. Because if he just says, well, woe is me, woe is coin poker, I can't wear my patch, people may say, well, who cares? That's your problem. We don't care about coin poker. It's between you and WSOP. Stop bothering us. So that's why he tried to make it something that people were going to be concerned about. Now, I will say he did succeed in riling everybody up, but not for the reasons he was stating. It's not like everyone was going, oh my God, we're going to have such small fields this year because coin poker can't have its pros wearing their patches. Like, nobody said that. But this started a big conversation where players were asking, wait a minute. So if coin poker is one that is not allowed, then is there anything else that is not allowed? How many sites will have their patches banned? And is it really true that if you wear gear from something that's not allowed, that you can be disqualified or maybe even banned from the World Series? Now, nothing in that email says that you will actually be banned if you do it, especially if you don't know. Maybe if you're told you can't do it and you choose to anyway, then you can get in trouble. But I can't imagine they're going to approach somebody wearing something who didn't previously ask and then just ban them from the series or disqualify them from an event. They'll probably be told, take this off now and don't wear this again. That's my guess. But still, people were upset that this new requirement exists that didn't before. This is the first year ever that you had to clear with the WSOP that you wear a patch at all. They had certain rules regarding patches at TV tables. That's a whole different matter. This now applies to anywhere in the tournament area, presumably even non-bracelet events. So if you want to wear any patch or any gear from really any company, it is possible you are breaking the WSOP rules. And this, of course, got people very upset because the rules are very ambiguous, and it worries some people, especially if they are representing a site that WSOP could find objectionable. And we'll talk about some others. It's not only coin that's affected here. I know of 3 sites that you cannot wear their gear this year. But WSOP will not put out a list, and they're not really clear about the whole process here, other than email sponsorship@WSOP.com if there's any question. Then there were further questions of, okay, well, does this apply to any company? So if I wear a shirt for Coca-Cola, could I get in trouble without clearing this first? If I wear a sports team's gear, if I wear a Dodgers shirt, does that mean I have to get permission first to wear a Dodgers shirt? Because the Dodgers are technically a company. I'm technically promoting the Dodgers by wearing a Dodgers shirt. So how far does this go? Is this just about other poker sites? Or is this about only poker businesses? Or is this about any business? And the WSOP was not clear about that either. They've been very ambiguous, and people have been very upset about this. And there's many who are upset even despite the ambiguity. That even if this was not ambiguous, some people are very upset that they're being told what they can and can't wear, especially since they are the ones putting up the money for the buy-ins, and they're not getting compensated for any kind of TV time that the WSOP makes money on. So they are doing that for free, and they can't even wear a sponsor patch to get money from third parties. So a lot of people were angry about this. In fact, most people were angry about this. There was a lot of outrage about this matter. It got even weirder when it was discovered who was and who was not allowed to wear patches at the WSOP. So coin poker is not. Phenom poker is not. And, not surprisingly, ClubWPTGold is not. But, this one surprised me too, ACR, America's Card Room, is approved. Now that is weird. That is just plain weird. Because coin poker and Phenom poker have a few things in common. They are unregulated sites. They're crypto sites. They both have had their share of controversy in 2025 and 2026. So you could think, okay, maybe the WSOP made a decision that any of these sites that are unregulated or regulated by a very, very weak body that doesn't really enforce anything, that these cannot be promoted at the World Series of Poker. Or maybe GG Poker decided that any competition is not allowed to be promoted at the World Series of Poker. Because remember, GG Poker owns the WSOP, so it would make sense in a way that GG Poker does not want their competition being promoted, or maybe at least they don't want their illegal competition being promoted. Okay, I can understand that, but why ACR then? Why do they have the ability to wear gear at the WSOP? Because ACR is not operating legally. ACR is competition to GG Poker for sure. So why are they allowed? And I don't really have a full answer for you, but I am hearing that ACR has developed a good relationship with the WSOP over the years, and that's probably why they got the exception here. I do understand why those three sites that were not allowed, and there may be more, but these three are the known sites that are not allowed. I understand why all three of them were disallowed. Coin poker and Phenom poker, as I said, are just shady. And I think WSOP just, not only don't they want GG poker players considering playing on those sites instead of GG, so these sites are both competition and they have a bad reputation. They've been in controversy. So they're like, why do we want their pros promoting this at our series and on our streams if they're competing with us, if they're not regulated, and they're shady? It can only lead to bad things if we allow this. So it's understandable why they say no. It's their event, and they paid a lot of money to buy the World Series. They paid $250 million. So it makes sense that they don't want the illegal competition being promoted at their events. And ClubWPTGold, if you remember, they added $1 million prize for certain entrants to certain events, and that led to a very embarrassing chip dumping situation at the Millionaire Maker in 2025, where the guy who was the overwhelming chip leader, who was a good player, just all of a sudden played like the biggest fish ever and dumped to the guy in second, who then came up to win the whole thing because the player who was the chip leader was intentionally playing so poorly and wasn't even trying to hide it. And the bracelet and the top prize money was essentially dumped, and that's because the guy who was in second would get
$1 million.
From Club WPT Gold if he were the winner, but the guy who is presently the chip leader of the two, the overwhelming chip leader, if he won, then nobody would get anything other than the standard prizes from the tournament. So they wanted the extra $1 million. They probably agreed to split it. And this very embarrassing chip dump right on stream happened. And this was probably the biggest controversy of the 2025 World Series of Poker. And it really ruined the event. It made a mockery of the bracelet because basically a fake bracelet was awarded, right? A real bracelet to a fake winner, shall I say. They ended up not awarding the bracelet. They held it back while they were deciding, and they decided not to give a bracelet, not to crown a winner here, basically to make them both second place. They did pay out their prize money, which they split between the two, basically made them tie for second, and then banned them both from the World Series of Poker, and I heard also from all Caesars properties. So pretty harsh consequence for those guys too. And that was controversial as well. Club WPT Gold was not deterred by this. In fact, they happily paid out the $1 million, and they mocked WSOP about this whole thing for quite some time. They also put out an ad a few weeks ago that was bragging that they're going to top what they did last year. That if you thought last year's was big, wait till you see what they do this year. That they have all new things in store this year. They didn't say what, but they're basically putting WSOP on notice. If you think we disrupted things last year, wait till you see what we do to you this year. So, as you can imagine, their patches are not welcome at WSOP. And you know what? I don't blame them for that either. If you have another company that not only intentionally disrupted your event last year, but then this year is announcing, hey, we're going to do worse this year. We're going to really screw things up this year. You thought last year was bad? Well, wait till you see what we do this year. Just you guys wait. Well, you're not going to be able to advertise during that series. Your pros are not going to be welcome there. I mean, nobody's been banned from the series, but they can't advertise it. And if I were the owner of WSOP, I would say the same thing. You can't let your enemy companies, which Club WPT Gold definitely is, you can't let your enemy companies advertise at your series. Now, to be fair here, WSOP kind of started this war. WSOP created their WSOP Paradise event in the Bahamas, which was modeled after the PokerStars PCA. They created that event, in my opinion, they didn't say this is what they were doing, but in my opinion and many other people's opinion, to slow down the growth of the WPT Wynn event, which was getting big pretty fast and was very well liked. It takes place in December. So this was the alternative to the WPT Wynn, and it was intentionally put on to be in conflict with it. So you have to choose one or the other in order to slow down the growth of that event and not let it become like a winter World Series. They did not want a winter version of what the WSOP is, except run by WPT. So this was the way to kind of slow that down. I think it kind of worked, too. WSOP never said that's what they're doing, but as I said, in my opinion, that's what they were doing. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense why they would actually have them with common dates. All this does is hurt themselves otherwise. So that started bad blood. WPT did not appreciate that. And so I think Club WPT Gold, this was one of the things they did back, was disrupt the Millionaire Maker. And they tried to do it at other events too, just nobody made it that far. And now this year they plan to disrupt further. So, okay. Every company has a right to do things within the law to disrupt their competition. And Club WPT Gold has not broken the law in any way, but you can understand why WSOP hates them. I see why they're not allowed to have their patches, and to a lesser extent, but I do see why the other two, Coin Poker and Phenom Poker, are not allowed to wear their patches. If they're illegal, and if they're competitors, and they're shady, why allow this? So I was one of the few people to come out and defend WSOP's decision. And in fact, I said it right to Patrick Leonard. I said on X, sorry, but they have every right to do this. GG Poker owns the WSOP, You want to wear a patch for an unregulated competing site which has engaged in lots of shady behavior in recent months. Why should they allow this? You can wear the patch anywhere else, just not in the events. So if Patrick Leonard wants to put on coin poker gear and stroll around the tournament area, presumably that's okay. If he wants to wear it 24 hours a day and just take it off when he's sitting at a tournament table, I believe that's fine. It's not like he cannot bring coin poker anywhere into the horseshoe. That's not true. He just can't wear it while he's playing tournaments, it appears. Patrick responded to me and said, for sure they have every right. They can do whatever they like. I remember the older days of WSOP full of patched up players, but WSOP completely is in the right to do whatever they want. So I said, in the old days, these sites were not competing with WSOP, and in some cases were cooperative. Like in the old days, they actually, before the UIGEA clamped down, they actually had sites like PokerStars directly buying people in, where they wouldn't just give you the money to buy in yourself. They actually would buy you in directly through the WSOP. So, of course, those days are very different. You can't compare what was being done in the 2000s to rules today. That's what I was saying to him. I don't know how much he was around back then. I don't remember him back then, and I know he's a good deal younger than I am. So that's when he brought up that ACR was approved. He said, but ACR has already said they're approved, right? Good news, I want ACR to do well. I play on their site and stake 6 figures a month there. If he's staking people for 6 figures a month, why does he not have enough money to play the WSOP? See, this looks like sour grapes to me. This doesn't look like Patrick Leonard needs his patch money from Coin Poker, otherwise he can't play. It looks like Patrick Leonard has plenty of money. He's just giving them a middle finger. If I can't wear my coin patch, F you, I'm probably not playing any events. He writes, no problems at all with that, referring to ACR, but I think it should be clear who can and can't be allowed to wear patches so players can know which sites to work with or not. Now, I agree with him there. I agree that WSOP has to be more transparent about this. They should just put out a list. They should say, the following sites are not approved for sponsorship, and just list them. No point to hide this. Just say it. And I think the reason that they're not putting this out there is they don't want to look petty. So they're trying to kind of do this in the shadows, but it's not working because Patrick Leonard put it out there. Now everyone's discussing it. Now everyone's paranoid. Everyone's like, okay, but what about my patch? So you might think about, okay, what about a site which doesn't offer any real money gambling, but does definitely have to do with poker and definitely has a lot of discussions about poker and the WSOP, sometimes is controversial. What about a site like that? Could you wear the patch or the hat of a site with that description? It's not competing with GG or WSOP, but would that require approval? Or might they say, we don't want you wearing gear for that site either? Yes, I'm talking about Poker Fraud Alert. And I thought about it. I go, wait a minute. What if I can't wear a Poker Fraud Alert hat? Or what if I do, and they approach me and say, you better take that off? So I said, I better get this whole thing straightened out. I didn't think they would disallow it. But even I had to kind of wonder about this for a little bit and email them. I did get an email back saying it's fine and I am approved, which I assumed I would be, because why wouldn't I? I'm not competing with them in any way. I haven't done anything to disrupt the WSOP. I'm not going to. I've always been a good citizen there. I've always followed the rules. So there should be no reason that I couldn't wear a Poker Fraud Alert hat. And, they did approve it. In fact, to my knowledge, they have approved everyone. It does take several days. It took like 4 days to respond to me, or 5 days. But I did get a response back. And I have to imagine everyone will get approved, except for those 3 sites, unless there's other sites that they don't want that I just don't know about yet. Like maybe something like BC Poker, because they're kind of shady too. So maybe there's a few others that just haven't been publicized, that they have been disallowed. But this really looks like that they are aiming this at a relatively small number of online poker sites, and that's it. And pretty much everybody else can wear patches or gear from whatever company they're representing, whether they own the company, such as me with Poker Fraud Alert, or whether it's just a site that they are associated with. But they should just say it. I think the time for hiding this is over. The time for subterfuge is over. the time for ambiguity is over. They should just say, they don't have to give a reason. Like, they don't have to tell us everything, but they can say, for those wondering, unless you run an online poker site, you're welcome to wear gear that is for whatever site or business you're running or want to represent. And if you are representing an online poker site, then contact us and we'll let you know which is approved, which isn't. That's fine if they don't want to put the list out there. Or they could just put the list out there and say everything's fine except for this. But if they don't want to start that conversation, like why this and not that, then just say, okay, well, email us if you want to wear the gear from any other online poker site. I think that would be a good middle ground, but they're not saying that. Nor are they saying you have to email them for anything else. Like, I could have not emailed them about Poker Fraud Alert, and I doubt they would have given me a hard time or said, hey, you didn't get approval. Like, I'm sure they wouldn't have said that. Because they're not aiming this at people like me or sites like mine. I told you why they're aiming it at those sites, and I understand it. So I'm kind of in the middle here. I don't think they're handling this well, especially since Patrick Leonard put this out, and it's gotten a lot of views. And then ACR was mocking them about this, that Coin Poker. Coin Poker is an enemy of ACR. I'll tell you right now, the ACR pros really like me because I have been giving Coin Poker a hard time. And they hate Coin Poker. So whenever I give Coin Poker a hard time, whether it's on X or my show or anywhere else, they're thrilled to see that. But keep in mind, I've criticized ACR before. They've had meetings about me at ACR that I've been a problem for them. So at those moments, they don't love me. But at the moment, the enemy is my friend, the way they see me. Every time I post something negative about coin, guys from ACR are liking it. And I know they're legitimately liking it. They're enjoying seeing me bash coin. And I don't want anyone to think that this means that I'm telling you to go play an ACR. I'm just saying at the moment, I'm seeing a bigger issue with coin than ACR, though ACR has a lot of issues too. But it's interesting how ACR got the permission. So I really do think it is based upon what does GG Poker think of you. If they don't like your site, meaning an online poker site, then they're going to disallow it. And if you get along with them, they will allow it. So ACR must have some kind of cooperative or semi-cooperative relationship with them, and they're like, okay, cool. So it's not about who's regulated and not regulated. It's just about, do we like you or do we not like you? ClubWPTGold, they definitely hate. Coin Poker and Phenom Poker, I think they just kind of dislike. So I'm in the middle in that I think those three bans make sense. Not only do they have the legal right to do it, I think they have the moral right to do it. There's some players who don't think they do, but I think they do. Pretty much everyone agrees they legally have the right to do it, but a lot of people think they're being dicks. I don't think they're being dicks. I think they should have the right, morally, to disallow any logo of any company that they feel is hostile to them or they just don't like or they don't trust, whatever the reason. We don't like this company. You can't advertise that company during our events. Totally, totally reasonable. But they've got to be more clear. They shouldn't worry every player is going to show up with a logo. Like, think about Bart Hansen, for example, his Crush Live Poker Company. It's a poker training company. So he's not competing with them in any way, but is he automatically allowed to wear the gear from his own company, from Crush Live Poker? No, he probably has to ask them. And that's stupid. He shouldn't have to ask them. So they should make it very clear, at least the category that you should need to come to them about. To actually worry players that if they're wearing a baseball jersey, that they might be in violation of this is a joke. Now, do I think there's any chance they're going to come up to somebody wearing a New York Mets jersey and say, hey, we didn't say you could wear that, take that off? No. Zero chance of that. But the fact that people even have to be concerned with this, even 1% concerned, is showing they're not handling this correctly. So they need to handle it right, but overall what they're doing is fine, in my opinion. And a lot of people don't agree with me. A lot of people told me I'm wrong. A lot of people are up in arms about this. And they're saying that this is taking away opportunities from the players. This has always been allowed. Why change it now? This has been a tradition at the World Series. You can wear whatever patch you want. This is how people can afford their buy-ins a lot of times. And, nobody's being paid for anything here. So why are they being so controlling? We're the customers. Let us do what we want. I see all the arguments, and it's much easier to take the side of the players as a whole against the big evil corporation. So I'm sure I would be a lot more popular if I said, yeah, let's fight the power. Screw the WSOP. They shouldn't tell us what we can and can't wear. We can wear whatever patch we want. What a bunch of assholes. I could say that, but that's not really what I think. I think they have a right to do it. And if you think about it critically, I think you'll probably come to the same conclusion too. And you know what? I don't think it's great for poker that these shady sites get a lot of sponsored pros, patch them up, and then everywhere you look, you see these pros wearing these patches, and then people are going to sign up for it and possibly have a bad experience, and it's going to drive them out of poker. So why should the World Series of Poker enable this? I think they're being reasonable. They're not even saying you can't wear the patch on their property, which they could say. They could say you just can't wear it at the Horseshoe at all, or at Paris at all, or in the tournament area at all. They're not even saying that. They're saying just don't do it while you play. So I think it's just a messaging thing on their part. I'm mostly with them, but the messaging thing has not been good. Moving on to the next WSOP subject, there are some new rules regarding the WSOP this year, and these rules are based upon controversies, 3 different controversies from 2025. So I guess I can give them credit at the WSOP for thinking about some problems from last year and then addressing them. Even if I do or don't agree with the way they're addressing them, at least they are addressing them. At least they're not just ignoring it. So I'll give them credit there. And again, before we even discuss what was changed, there's a lot of bitching about it. A lot of people who just get angry when anything is changed that is restrictive in any way. People knee-jerk react to it and say, oh my God, how could you change this? Oh my God, this isn't fair. The WSOP has to do things to make sure the tournament is playable. If the tournament starts to get irritating or frustrating for the average player because people abuse certain non-rules that existed before, then that's bad for the series. It's bad for poker. So again, I understand why they are making new rules, but let's discuss them one by one. There's 3 rules here. And thanks to Kevin Mathers, for going through the rules and finding these, because the WSOP doesn't just announce, hey, we made 3 new rules. They just post the rules, and then people have to find this. And I don't know what we would do if we didn't have KevMath, because he is so good at this type of thing. He is so diligent. He is so thorough. And he finds this stuff and presents it in a neutral and fair fashion. He doesn't give all that much analysis, but he's not someone who's even biased either way, even though he does work for them as a contract employee every year. But he went through and found these. And I wish they would just put this out through official channels instead of having him dig through it and find it, but whatever. Here are the 3 rule changes. We'll do them one by one, as I said. So first of all, there is a rule that has to do with registering and unregistering once the tournament has started. I'll read you the rule, and then I'll explain what's going on here. So here is the new rule, the new part of the rule. Participants that register before the start of the event will have their chip stack put in play and blinded off. So that means if you registered at any time before the event starts, when it starts, if you're not there, they just put your chip stack out there, and when your blinds come, they just confiscate your blinds until you show up and play the stack. Once a chip stack goes into play for a participant that is registered before the start of play, there are no refunds unless the WSOP tournament management has been notified or determines that there are existing extenuating circumstances which will be determined on a case-by-case basis in host property's sole discretion. So basically what they're saying is, if you register before the event starts, and then the event begins, that's it, you're locked in. Even if you haven't taken your seat yet, you are locked in unless you go to tournament management. Doesn't have to be the top manager of the tournament, Jack Effel, but it can just be anybody who's in a position of management at the WSOP, maybe a floor man. I don't know how high they have to be. But basically, you have to get permission for exceptions. So, for example, let's say you're really, really, really sick, and you call them or drag yourself down there, and you're telling them, look, I'm too sick to play, and then you vomit on the guy's feet. They'll probably say, okay, you are too sick to play. Go back to your room. We'll give you your money back. So that's what they mean. They mean something that is unusual that happens, that it makes sense why you can't play. But that other than that, once the tournament starts and your stack is in play, even if you're not there yet, there's no way to get it out of play and get a refund. You can just not show up if you want to have the whole thing blind off, but you cannot get a refund unless there's something unusual that has occurred and you convince them of that. And presumably they won't let you do this very often or more than once. So that's the new rule. So why would they do this? What's the point of this? Well, a lot of people have learned to abuse certain rules or non-rules of the World Series, and I hate to say it, but a lot of them are from Europe. A lot of the people who are abusing the spirit of the World Series of Poker are from European countries, and that's just what I've observed. So basically, what some people figured out is that since before you were allowed to unregister an unlimited number of times and get a full refund for any event, provided you have not sat down yet. So the trick they would do is they would register before the event, then they'd come 15 minutes late, and they'd take a look at who's at the table. And if they see it's a tough table, then they don't ever take their seat, and they go back to the cage and say, hey, I decided not to play today. Can I have a refund, please? I haven't sat yet. You can verify that. And then the cage would say, okay. And they would give that person a refund. And then I don't know if they could re-register a little bit later for that same event, or if they could re-register for another flight of that event, if there's a multi-flight event where you could start on different days or different flights, or if you're shut out of that event. I don't remember exactly what the rule is on that last year, but I do know that people were unregistering when they didn't like their table draw. And that definitely is not the spirit of tournament poker. At tournament poker, sometimes you will get a great table draw, sometimes you get an average table draw, sometimes you get a terrible table draw. I've had all of them. I've had times I get there and I can't believe how tough my table is and what I thought would be a pretty easy early part of the event. And I've had other times where I've shown up and I can't believe how bad everybody is, and I recognize nobody, and everybody at the table sucks. And I go, wow, this is a great draw. And I look over at the next table and there's 7 crushers at that table. I go, wow, I got lucky here with my table draw. So it would not be fair if I would only stay and play if I get the good table draw, but if I get the tough one, then I go, you know what, give me my money back, thank you. So obviously that's a pretty bad angle shot, and people were doing it last year pretty egregiously. So this is the way they're attempting to fight it. However, I don't like the way they are doing it. I don't think this new rule really prevents that. Because what people can do now is they can still pull this angle by examining their table a few minutes before the event starts. So you register beforehand, you get there, you stand on the rail, and you watch who sits down. And most of the table will sit. So let's say the event is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you show up, you don't take your seat, you watch, and at 1:57, remember the event has not started yet because it's starting at 2, at 1:57 you take a look at who's sitting there. You see 4 tough players, okay, this table draw sucks, I'd like to unregister. And you can unregister before the event begins. So you can pull the same trick here. This does make it a little bit harder, but you can still pull it. You just got to modify what you were doing. So this rule is not really accomplishing what they think it's accomplishing, and yet this does cause a burden for people who legitimately want to just unregister because they can't or really don't want to play that day. Not registered, not related to who they got at their table, but related to their personal circumstance. You wake up, you're feeling sick. You wake up, you're just especially tired, you don't know why. You wake up with a hangover. You have a family emergency. You have car trouble getting down there. Whatever it might be. Before, you could get a refund. Now you can't anymore. So I have an idea. They're not going to take this idea, but this is the way they should have done it. They should give everybody a once per series exemption regarding unregistering after a tournament begins. For any reason, even if you don't like your table draw. That you get one time to do it before you sit at any event during the World Series. And once you've used up that one time, that's it. Doesn't matter what happens after that. So you better be careful how you use it. So if you just use it because you don't like the table draw, then if you get sick the next time, tough luck. That it really is a hard one time, that's it, refund. Otherwise, too bad. Your stack's going to play, you're not going to get a refund. Then they should also ban re-registration for that same event if you do unregister. So if you use up the one time, you cannot register for that event at all until the following year. So that event is done for you. Doesn't matter if they have 8 starting flights left, you cannot register for any of them. And also, make the same rules apply for those that have registered but want to unregister 15 or fewer minutes before the event starts. Because most people don't show up more than 15 minutes early for an event. So if, for example, at a 2 o'clock event, if they cut off the refund time at 1:45, then anyone who tries to pull this angle won't have much info. They'll see like 1 or 2 people there. It's not going to tell them much. Once it gets to 15 minutes before the event, at that point you have to use your one time if you want to get a refund. Otherwise, if you've used it up, you can't get a refund. Or if you choose not to use your one time, you can't get a refund. You can only get unlimited refunds 15 or more minutes prior to the event. Because then nobody has any real information regarding who they're sitting with. So I think that pretty much solves everything, right? That would be the rule. They should have consulted me. That's not the rule. I told you what the rule was, but that's what the rule should be. So let's move on to the second rule change. This is what I call the ClubWPTGold rule. And no, it's not about patches, believe it or not. This is before the patch controversy started. This was discovered in late April by Kev Math. This has to do with what ClubWPTGold pulled at the Millionaire Maker last year. Host properties will penalize any act that, in the sole and absolute discretion of host properties, is inconsistent with these WSOP official tournament rules or best interests of the WSOP. Such act includes, but is not limited to, the participant accepting any payment or prize from a third-party person or entity based on the outcome or results of any WSOP event, in which case the participant shall forfeit all the WSOP prize money. If the prize money has already been paid to participant, then the host properties shall have the right to return of all prize money plus interest. Okay. Good luck enforcing that last part. If someone's already been paid to claw it back. I don't think there's any precedent for this, even if it's technically in the rules. I doubt gaming would ever allow this, where if you've been paid already and then they notice you've also gotten a bonus for finishing in a certain place in that event from a site like ClubWPTGold, that they demand the return of the money. There's no way they'll get that back. But they can ban you. They can ban you in the future, but I can't see how they can claw that back. But ignoring that, you see what they're trying to do here. They're trying to say that you can't have it where ClubWPTGold is going to award people $1 million for finishing first in an event. So they're saying no third party can give you any kind of bonus for any particular performance at the WSOP. They can pay you to wear a patch, I guess, provided it's approved. You can be sponsored, but you cannot get anything extra based upon where you finish. Now, there's a little bit of a problem with that in that some sponsorships do tie performance to what you get paid, especially TV tables. So I think it could be a little bit troublesome that people who are sponsored players and actually are wearing approved sponsored gear who are going to get a bonus for making a TV table no longer can get that bonus because that is related to their performance. and they're technically breaking the rules for getting such a bonus. So I think that's kind of a flawed rule the way it's written. But I see what they're going for here. And I said this last year when the whole thing happened with ClubWPTGold, and I also took some heat because I was not on the side of most people. I was saying that, well, ClubWPTGold can do this. It makes sense why WSOP is very frustrated about this, and you can't just say, well, too bad, that's the way it works, because that does disrupt the tournament. It definitely changes the tournament, and this shouldn't be allowed that people can dump bracelets if a third party gives them enough money to do so. That totally ruins what the bracelet means. It ruins the event. So even if you think it's victimless, it does make a victim of the corporation that owns WSOP. So I understand why they're trying to prevent this. The whole situation that occurred at the Millionaire Maker last year was embarrassing for them and caused a lot of controversy and made the whole series look bad and made a lot of casual players confused. It's just not a good thing, okay? So I understand why they're taking action to prevent this, but I don't think this exact rule is correct. I think they should write some exceptions in that people can get extra money for appearing on a TV table. If they want to make it where you don't get paid for a certain performance, fine. Or they can even say that they'll allow this for people who are pre-approved as sponsored pros. Where if you're a sponsored pro and you're getting money to appear on TV tables or just perform well and get recognition, your pictures all over Poker News because you won a bracelet, whatever, and you get a bonus for that from your sponsor. Okay, that makes sense. And that shouldn't be something WSOP should worry about unless it's one of the sponsors they don't want to have there. So they should have exceptions there that if you get pre-approval, that you can get paid for certain performances. You just have to get this cleared with them first, and this will prevent the whole thing where certain online winners on certain online sites will just get a big heap of money if they win the whole thing of any particular event. That's what leads to the chip dumping. So I think they could have written this rule better to have those exceptions in. But maybe they just won't enforce it unless it's something where it's clearly something being done to disrupt. Because you can pretty much figure out the motivation here. ClubWPTGold was definitely trying to disrupt last year, and yet sites who are just paying pros for making it deep and getting the pictures on Poker News, they're not trying to disrupt anything. They're just trying to get publicity. So, two different things. Finally, what I call the Haxton-Cabrel-Kassouf rule. I will read you that rule. This has to do with both calling the clock and also stalling to move up in payouts. That is, once the bubble's been hit and then you move up how much you get paid if you make it further into the tournament, stalling to make yourself or other players ladder up to the next payout by intentionally playing slowly. So here's the whole rule about this. Rule 80, calling for clock. Once a reasonable amount of time has passed and a clock is called, floor people may, in their sole discretion, give the participant an additional 0 to 25 seconds to make a decision. Now that is when someone is taking any length of time that a player at the table determines that is taking too long, they can ask for a clock, and then the floor is called over to give the person a certain amount of time to act before their hand is killed. And the first thing they always ask at the floor is, have they had enough time to act normally? And if the dealer says yes, then that's when they give the person a clock. If the action has not been taken when prompted by the floor person, there will be a 5-second countdown followed by a declaration or stopwatch alarm. If the participant has not acted before the declaration or alarm sounds, the hand will be dead. So basically they're saying if you don't act within the specified time you're given once a clock is called, then your hand's dead no matter what. It's like a fold. Host Properties, in its sole and absolute discretion, reserves the right at any time to invoke a clock or speed up the amount of time allotted for a clock. Host Properties, in its sole and absolute discretion, reserves the right at any time to implement an event-wide player shot clock into any tournament at any point in that tournament structure. That is where they can say every player has such and such time to act. Everybody has 30 seconds max to act on every street. We can just change this midstream in a tournament, they're saying. The player's shot clock is a device used to assign each participant a predetermined amount of time to make each decision during a hand. As a participant makes a decision, the dealer will advance the device to the next participant, who will be given the same predetermined amount of time for a decision. So a physical clock would be passed around that counts down from like 30 to 0, and then when that person acts within the time, then they will move it to the next person and reset the clock to 30 and let it count down again. This process repeats until the conclusion of the hand. Any participant intentionally stalling the progress of the game may be placed on a clock for all decisions moving forward. Participants unnecessarily calling the clock or stalling, including purposely depleting time banks to ladder up in the payout, may be subject to a reduced clock or incur a penalty. So there's a lot to talk about on this one. I said it should be called the Haxton-Cabral-Kassouf rule. And this is why. Ike Haxton did something that surprised me. At the WSOP main event, he was in the money, and he was stalling when he was very short stacked and thought he would probably lose the hand when he got put all in. He ended up going all in except one chip, and then taking a very, very long time to put in that last chip, pretending to be making a decision, when of course it was nonsensical, because he put almost every single chip in there. He just left one behind just so he can stall the decision. You know, if someone calls his all in, it doesn't get run out. So basically he was doing a fake all in so then he could stall afterwards if he gets called. And he did. He stalled for several minutes and actually announced, and this was caught on video, he was announcing that he's doing this because a payout jump is coming and that he's doing this for everybody, for himself too, but that basically you can call the clock on me if you want, but we're just doing this to ladder up the payout. So this is helping all of you. This is helping me, is helping you guys. He didn't say these words, but that's what he meant. That we're all going to get laddered up here if nobody calls the clock on me, so just let the stalling happen. And they did ladder up for this reason. So people were furious about this because of all people to do it, Ike Haxton is a nosebleed stakes player. This guy plays the highest stakes tournaments that you can find. So why is he doing this stalling to ladder up a few $1,000 at the main event? It's crazy. Of all people to do it, you'd expect this from some guy who really needs the money. But Ike Haxton, I mean, he's playing huge events, six-figure buy-in events, and he's doing this crap to make a few $1,000 extra. And really, this steals equity from other people because he should not have the right to just stall off 7 minutes so others bust ahead of him, because the truth is, if he busts that hand, which he did, that he should be before those other people. So by guaranteeing himself extra money, by just taking extra time, he's basically stealing it from whoever otherwise would have finished in that place and gotten the extra money, but got less money. I busted in the spot before a payout jump at the 2024 main event. I didn't play last year's main event because I was in Europe, but the last event I played, the main event in 2024, I could have done that stalling. And had I done that, had I taken even 30 more seconds, I would have gotten $2,500 or more dollars. You know, it would have been nice if I found out afterwards that I just barely made it and got laddered up another pay scale, which I didn't know I did. That would have been a nice little consolation prize as I'm walking away. Instead, it was frustrating to see I got the very last spot of that payout group. But that's the way it works. You know, that's the way it happened. So stalling, especially for several minutes, is not right to be doing. And Ike Haxton should have known better. So that's part of this rule. But as far as the other two, Cabral and Kassouf, these guys were just known for just endless stalling during their events they were playing, through talking and just other bullshit to really slow down the pace of play. And people couldn't stand it. People hate playing with those two, especially Kassouf, but Cabral as well. It's very frustrating to play with them because you get so few hands in, and they just talk, and it makes the experience miserable for everybody. The pace of play is completely different at tables with guys like them versus normal tables. So what started happening with Kassouf was they started to just give him a clock instantly. And he was demanding this is unfair and it's targeting him, but it's not. If someone is abusing the basic tournament etiquette and making it miserable for everybody. And if there's no specific rule against it and they invent a rule on the fly to make the tournament play more pleasant and to stop the angle shooting, then I'm all for that. Like, who's going to ever say that the WSOP is being unfair except maybe the guy who's angle shooting who's being told they can't do it? So they're basically saying here that anybody who is being slow on purpose or chronically slow, that at any time they can just tell them you have reduced time to act on every single hand. We're going to put you on an instant clock every hand, and nobody else will be on an instant clock every hand because you've been abusing normal play. I think that's great. I want to see more of this. In fact, I want to see penalties. I want to see disqualifications. I want to see people warned, look, you're slowing down play. Stop doing this. If you have a big decision, fine, take your time. But stop stalling every hand. Stop being a major factor in slowing down play here. I'm going to be watching the table. This is what the floor man would say, of course, not me. I'm going to be watching the table, and if I see you're slowing down play on purpose, I'm going to penalize you, and then the next time you're disqualified. If they do that, it's going to stop. The intentional slow playing will stop, because it's obvious who's doing it, it's obvious who's not. And I'm not talking about the person who takes too long on a really big decision, where maybe they should have acted a little bit faster. I'm talking about the people who chronically are very, very slow. And it's brutal playing with them. I hate playing with people like that. And pretty much everybody hates playing with people like that. It's awful. It's awful when a guy is taking 30 seconds every time pre-flop, even when he's dealt 7-deuce offsuit under the gun. And he knows the second he looks, he's folding, but he takes 30 seconds anyway. And every decision, he stalls and stalls and stalls. Like, everything is so slow, and you just go, come on, let's get on with it. Let's go to the next hand. It's just not fair. It's not fair to have that type of thing at your table for a few reasons. It changes the pace of play for your table versus the others, and it frustrates players. It's an unfair way to tilt people, to just be a jerk and slow everything down and get an edge that way that people are getting frustrated. So anything they're doing to stop people like that, I'm for. So I want to see it go further than this. I want to see people getting penalties. I want to see people getting disqualified if they won't listen. I want to see the whole practice of intentional stalling on a regular basis completely stopped. And if some people have to be made examples of, fine, because they're not coming in with good intentions. They're coming in to mess up the tournament for selfish reasons. So F them. So as you can imagine, I'm not opposed to this rule. In fact, I wish they made it harsher. And by the way, they could just make it clear before each event that you have to engage in a normal pace of play. And anyone caught routinely stalling is going to get penalties. That'll stop it, really. People do this because they know they can. So at least what they're doing here is a good start. The fact that you won't have Kasuf and others like him being able to argue, oh, why me? Woe is me. How could you put a clock on me all the time and nobody else? You know, there's 9 people at this table. How come I'm the only one on a clock every time? This is favoritism. You're screwing me here. Like, they shouldn't open the door to that shit. They should just say, nope, we have a right to do it because you're being a dick. That's it. So those are the rules. Those are the new rules in 2026. I don't really have a big problem with any of them. I just think that the first one isn't going to be that effective, and the second one, I think they should have made a little more lax and had some more exceptions. And the third, I just think it should have been even more. But overall, it's not bad what they've done here with those rules. By the way, there's always people who are afraid that these will be over-applied and abused by WSOP staff. I don't believe that. I know the reason behind all 3 of these rules. I explained it to everybody. I explained right now why they made these rule changes. It was over specific incidents that they don't want to see happen again. And it's reasonable that they don't want to see these happen again. So I believe they're only going to enforce what they feel will prevent these things from happening again, and aren't looking to nitpick and victimize people who are playing normally or doing normal things and screw them. I don't see that happening. So that's why I'm okay with it. Let's discuss the credit card thing. One of the very nice features of the WSOP last year was that you could buy in with a credit card and you wouldn't have to pay any fees. Now, some people got smacked with a foreign transaction fee because some of the processing of the credit card buy-ins was done in a foreign country, I think like Hong Kong. And that's because GG Poker is foreign and not based in the U.S. But you could get around that by just having a credit card with no foreign transaction fees, which I do, and many others do. So it was very nice. I didn't play many events. I only played 2 events last year. But when I did play, I just charged it to that card. And not only didn't I have to waste the cash I brought into town that I could use for other things, but I also got a 2% refund on the buy-ins because this particular credit card I have gives me 2% cash back. So I entered a $3,000 event. Unfortunately, I did not cash, but it was nice to get a $60 refund. It was nice. Normally I get no refund if I enter an event and bust. Here, whether I busted or I won the whole thing or somewhere in the middle, I would get that $60 back from my credit card. And it went down as a purchase. It was not seen as a cash advance. So it didn't charge me any cash advance fees on my credit card side. It did not immediately start accruing interest like a cash advance does. This was seen as a regular purchase. It's the same thing as if I bought a $3,000 computer and got 2% back for that, or a $3,000 airline ticket, whatever it might be. I would get the same $60 back. So that was very nice. And WSOP was just eating the fee on their end because they have to pay a fee to process these credit card transactions. And they were just eating it. So I thought that was great. I thought that was very generous. They were claiming at first that there was going to be a fee to cover their costs. But then at the last minute, they waived it and said, you know what, we're going to make it free. So if you had a credit card with no foreign transaction fees, you were a fool not to use it last year, especially if your credit card has any kind of rewards points, meaning cash back, airline miles, points that you can use for things, any kind of value you get for making purchases on your card, and pretty much all of my cards have that, then you're much smarter to do that than use cash. So, of course, I used my card. So people like me who want to get every bit of money back possible when playing tournament poker, because let's face it, tournament poker has a lot of associated expenses. You have hotel expenses, you have food expenses, you have travel expenses. So it's hard enough to win tournaments just from the rake alone and the competition that's getting tougher each year. These additional expenses really make it hard to show a profit. So anything you can get back, every little bit counts. So I'm sure you can imagine that when I heard about this credit card policy, first I thought it was too good to be true, but when it was verified it was true from people who played before I even got there, I thought, wow, okay, I'm not playing in many events. I'm only going to play 2 events, but I'm definitely entering with a credit card. Because why wouldn't I? Why would I not want $60 back? Why would I ever enter with cash when I get 0 back? Any money that goes back into my Jew wallet, any way I can do that that's not too burdensome, I'm going to do. And this was very easy. In fact, this is more convenient than using cash. Win-win for me and everybody else who did this. But of course, we're wondering, can we again in 2026? Because let's face it, everything good in life eventually ends. Think of all these things in life that you were so pleasantly surprised to find out, or things that were just really good, things you really enjoyed, things that were so wonderful one day and then they didn't last. Sometimes they last a long time, sometimes they last a short time, sometimes a medium time, but they're always over. Well, I hate to tell you, but this is one of those things too, because there are going to be fees this year at the World Series of Poker for using a credit card. That's too bad. But it's not terrible. The fees this year are 2%. So this year, it would be a break-even proposition for me to use a credit card. I guess I will slightly get some money back, but very slightly because of the way it works. So this is how it would happen. Let's say I buy into a $1,000 event and use my credit card. Last year, it would be $1,000, and then I would get $20 back. So it would actually be $980 for me to enter. The $20 back would come later from the credit card, but I would get it. This year, they are adding 2% on top of the buy-in if you use a credit card. So if I walk up with cash, they ask for $1,000. If I say I want to use my card, they're going to charge $10.20. So then from the $10.20, my own credit card will give me 2% back. Now, 2% of $10.20 is slightly more than 2% of $1,000, right? So 2% of $10.20 would bring it to $999.60 when it's all said and done. So in a $1,000 buy-in event, by using my credit card, I'm going to save 40 cents. But hey, every bit counts, right? Okay, even I would not do this to save 40 cents. However, as I said before, it's also a matter of convenience. One thing they did that was very nice at WSOP, I'm talking about GG Poker, was create the app, the WSOP Poker app, that allows you to buy into events through the app instead of standing online. That was a huge advance, and that really brought us into the 21st century as far as poker tournaments go. So much nicer. Now you have to do some setup at the beginning, but once you've got it all set up, it's a wonderful thing. You just have it charge your card, and it gives you your ticket right there through your phone, and you show it when you sit down. Very, very easy. You don't have to stand in line at all. So I really, really liked that system. I liked the app in general. It was very well made. So still, using the credit card is more convenient because it works seamlessly with the app. You don't have to go to the cage and hand them cash and stand in line to do this and all that crap. So I'm still very happy that they have this ability and that the credit card fee is not costing more money. Because let's say they were charging 3%. Well, then I'd have to make a decision. Because it's still more convenient, of course. The convenience is the same no matter what they charge. But then I have to worry about, well, do I really feel like paying an extra 1% just so I can have convenience? So I'm entering a $1,000 event, for example. Is it worth $10 to me to just buy in through the app? And it kind of is, but then it would irritate me that I could save this $10 by just walking up to the cage. And then I think, well, how long of a line would I stand in for this $10? I wouldn't stand in an hour line, obviously, but where's my limit? If the line is 10 minutes, would I stand on it to save $10? And, I hate having to worry about things like that. So it's just nice that here it's a break-even thing, where cash or card is basically the same with a 2% card, that is. So I'm fine with 2%. In fact, I said at the time while this was still being decided, as long as it's 2% or less, I'm okay with it. So I'm not even going to criticize this because they have to pay fees on their end. So I have to assume that 2% is around their break-even point. The exact fees they are paying to process the credit cards could be somewhat of a range, but I think 2% is kind of right in that range. Right around what I would guess it probably cost them. So that's probably why they chose 2%, is it's probably right around what their real expense is. So they don't want to lose money on these credit card buy-ins. They probably decide they don't want to eat that anymore, and that's fine. And it kind of looks like they're just not profiting from it and not eating it. They're just taking the in-between, and fortunately it's low enough to not have an effect on those who have 2% cashback cards, which is a lot of us. And you can Google 2% cashback cards. I know it's a little bit late to apply here, but you can still do it and probably have it at least by the middle of the series. I would definitely recommend having a card like that. But even if you don't have a specific 2% card, you may get airline miles. And in some cases, in fact, these airline miles cards can sometimes be worth more than 2%. In fact, I'll give you a little tip about airline miles that has nothing to do with this directly. I have noticed something, that it is very smart to hoard airline miles. And for a while, I felt stupid doing it. I'm like, when am I going to use this? I have like hundreds of thousands of miles, and I'm not using it. I've been hoarding them for such a long time. And I was picturing that one day I'm going to die with like 2 million miles, and I'll say, why didn't I use them? I'm a fool. Well, I realized last year the benefit to having hoarded all those miles, and that is that a lot of times when you want to fly last minute or semi-last minute, especially itineraries that are expensive to fly to, like Europe, the miles price can still be reasonable, and the cash price is way marked up. So I got way more value per mile last year than what is said online that each mile is worth, because I used it at the last minute when otherwise if I wanted to take those flights, and I basically had to because we were going on a big family cruise and I couldn't stay home, so I had to pay whatever the flight was going to be. And I was very pleasantly surprised how reasonable the miles prices were. I mean, it took some work to track down the exact flights and prices, and it took a lot of work for me to do it, but once I put the work in to find the best fares, best itinerary for myself, I was surprised at how reasonable some of the miles prices were that close to when I would be flying. And when I compared them to the cash prices, I couldn't believe what value I was getting. So I would advise, for flexibility reasons, for flying last minute or semi-last minute, you should hoard your miles. And furthermore, there's a rule a lot of people don't know, and that on most airlines, you can actually cancel miles bookings all the way up to the same day and get all your miles back with no penalty. I'm not kidding. And if you have to pay any cash along with the miles, sometimes there's like an additional fee to use the miles, depending on which airline it is, that will get refunded too. So you can get a full refund on a miles booking on most airlines all the way up to the same day, which is great. For whatever reason you can't or won't take the flight, then you can get your money back. Whereas if you paid cash, you can't, unless you pay a lot of extra to have a fully refundable ticket. So you should hoard the airline miles, and I am doing so. I have been accumulating miles again after spending them all last year for my Europe flights. Okay, let's move on to the last WSOP topic, and then we will talk about other things, because there's other things happening in the world of poker and gambling in Vegas other than the World Series of Poker coming up. To max late reg or to not max late reg? That is the question. Now, what is max late reg? That means registering as late as possible in a tournament. So we're going to talk about the World Series of Poker and whether the max late regging is correct or if it's something stupid. And my answer is, it depends. But there are some times when it's definitely smart to do so. Now, I do want to start off by saying that I wish that they cut down the late registration times. I also wish that after, say, like 2 hours has passed, that they were to start penalizing people who register late. I don't think it's fair that people can come in and have a substantial percentage of the field gone, sometimes as much as 2/3 of the field gone, and they can just sit down and they've already outlasted 2/3 of the field without playing a hand. I don't think that's fair to sit with a full stack. Now, yes, of course, at that point, you're short stacked, but you've also outlasted 2/3 of the field already, which is a big edge. So I think in most cases, max late regging is positive EV. It's positive expectation. You will make the most money doing that. I've heard the counter arguments that by registering as late as possible, not only do you have a short stack and you really can't maneuver with it other than just go all in when you get a hand that you think justifies it. You just don't really have any room to play post-flop, and you don't really have any room to take advantage of weaker players, at least not until you run your stack up. And that you also miss the opportunity to get the chips from a lot of weaker players who are probably going to bust early. That's all true, but people underestimate the major advantage it is in tournaments to automatically outlast a large portion of the field. It really is a big edge. And some people have doubted this. Some people say, no, I don't think it's a big edge. And I say, oh, really? Okay, let me ask you a question. And I know I've talked about this before on the show, but I'm going to say it again because it's very relevant. If you were allowed to register on the actual bubble of the tournament, where you'd be one spot away from the money, would you do it? Of course, everybody says yes. You'd be a fool not to. All you have to do is outlast one player, and you will make the money, which is already an automatic profit in that event. And then maybe you'll get lucky from there and maybe even win the event. So from that point, the sky's the limit. All you have to do is just wait for one guy to bust, and you're automatically profitable. If I could enter on the bubble of every tournament, I would make a fortune in tournament poker. A fortune. And so would you. So obviously registering on the bubble would be hugely profitable, hugely plus EV, and I think everybody agrees with that. So I say, okay, now that we all agree on this, what about registering one away from the bubble? So you have to have two people bust. Is that positive EV? And everyone would again say yes, that would be a great time to register. It'd be better to register on the bubble, but one off the bubble, so you have to wait for two people to bust till you make the money. Well, that's still very strong as far as your chance of cashing. So then I say, well, okay, what about 3? What about 4? And while it does get worse and worse, the point is that I think everybody would still register 3 off the bubble, 4 off the bubble. So at some point, everybody has to agree that registering late, where a lot of the field is eliminated, but before the money, is an advantage. If you say no, then I say, okay, what about the bubble? That's before the money. That's registering late. So if that's an advantage, at what point is it not an advantage? So obviously, that is proof that no matter how short-stacked you are, it is always an advantage to register very late. The question would be at that point, if it is an advantage to register as late as possible and have 60%, 65% of the field gone, where 85% being gone will get you in the money. If that is an advantage, if we can agree on that, why not do it every time? Why am I not advocating do it every single tournament you play? Why am I not going to do it every single tournament I play? Well, it depends on a few things. First of all, it depends on your bankroll compared to the size of the event. Because I used to not enter small buy-in World Series events because I felt they were a waste of my time. Why? Well, let's look at like a $300 buy-in event or a $500 buy-in event. What is the overwhelmingly likely outcome for me in a very large field $500 event? It's one of two things. Either I bust and lose $500, or I make the money, but don't make it super deep where I make big money. So, maybe I'll get a little bit past the bubble and I'll cash, $1,000, so I'll make $500. Maybe I'll make it pretty deep, but not all the way to the final table, or maybe not even the final 2 tables, and, maybe I'll get $5,000. Well, that's nice, and that's worth my time, but that's not going to happen most times. But really, in a huge field event, since I'm not playing these constantly, I'm entering a few at most each year at the World Series, the best I can realistically hope for is just running pretty deep and going out, something like 99% of the field's out. But most of the time, I'm not even going to get that far. Most of the time, I'm either going to bust, or I'll make a little bit past the money and make a few $100. So I would not want to put a full day or a full day plus part of a second day into that likely outcome, where I either make a little money or I lose. Just not worth my time. But let's say my bankroll was small enough to where this was my entire tournament budget for the year. I could enter one $500 event. That's all I could afford. Well, then I don't want to blow my one chance by just coin flipping it, basically, by entering late and hoping that when I go all in, I'm not running into a bigger hand or getting bad beat. If my entire World Series of Poker experience is just entering as late as possible, going all in, losing, and I've played 3 minutes and that's it for my World Series, one, that's not very fun. And two, I won't mind the long day or long days if that's my only event and if $500 in the first place is a lot of money to me, because then if I'm in cash, then I've made money, which is still a lot to me in such a case. But since $500 is not big money to me, since I don't want to waste a long period of time to make a few $100, then that's not a good event for me to enter. So I was just not entering them. And then it dawned on me. Last year. I criticized these Europeans, but I'll give them credit here. They discovered something before I discovered it. And even though I knew it, I just didn't put it together for myself. And that is, why don't I play those events, but just max late reg them? It makes sense for me, because I would like to play them. I just don't want to put the time into it. I don't want to have to put a long time into these events, because the only way I don't put a long time is if I bust them. So that's not good either. So what if I could put a relatively short time, but still make the money? Not every time, of course, but if I could give myself a good shot to make the money, in fact, a better shot than if I entered at the beginning, but also not waste a lot of time. And since I'll be playing other events as well, I don't have to worry if I do bust in 3 minutes. It's not going to ruin my day or ruin my series. Of course, I don't want that to happen, but I'm not going to go, oh my God, this is my one shot and it lasted 3 minutes. Man, that sucks. No, I'll say, okay, well, I'm playing another event tomorrow. So for the events that I really don't want to spend the whole day playing because they're too small, and I just want to either go into the money and hope to make it really, really, really deep, or bust fast with not much in between and not waste a lot of time if I don't make the money, then max late regging makes a ton of sense. So if you're someone like that, if you're someone who does not want to put 1.5 days, 2 days into making a few $100 at a tournament, then definitely do the max late reg thing. It's very smart, and it's actually positive expectation because you have automatically outlasted a good portion of the field by the time you even take your seat, which is a big edge in itself. And you can just be smart about when you put the money in. Now, yes, maybe you'll just get dealt trash the whole time and blind off and have to make a tough decision when you finally put it in. What if every hand is Jack 3 offsuit, 7-4 offsuit, 8 deuce offsuit? If that's all you're getting every time, and then every time there's a raise in front of you, what do you do? So you can have that situation, but you can also have it where you sit down and you're immediately dealt ace king. And then someone raises and you put it in, and since you're short, they call you and they've got ace 10 and you're in very good shape to double. And then when you double, then you're already getting back in striking distance of average. Then you win a few pots and then you're back to average and you've saved a lot of hours and you're close to the money. And as I said, you never know where it goes from there. Maybe you'll run well from there and get really deep. Maybe you'll final table. Maybe you'll win. You don't know. But if you don't, you haven't spent a lot of time. So I tried this last year at a $500 event. This is one of the 2 events I played. Put 1 bullet into it. Showed up at the very last minute I could. Sat down. I put it in with something like ace 10, and I ran, I think, at ace jack. I wasn't in good shape, but I actually bad beat the guy post flop and hit my pair. That wasn't the ace, so he wasn't thrilled about that. I doubled off him. And then I ran it up a little bit, and then I switched tables because the table broke, and I got involved in a big pot, and unfortunately, I flopped a top pair and a flush draw versus somebody with an overpair who played it in a very strange way. The guy had queens and played it like he didn't have queens, so I was very surprised when he turned it over. But either way, the money was going to go in, and I did not improve, and I busted. So, it's the way poker goes. Hand pretty much played itself. I mean, he should have raised pre with queens, but putting that aside, once we got to the flop, then it was inevitable. The money's going in, and whoever wins from that point goes on, and I was not that person, so I was out, but I was still happy with the whole thing. I busted, I didn't make the money, but I was very happy with the whole thing. And had I won that hand, had I gotten 2 pair or made the flush or got trips, whatever, there's a lot of ways to win there, then I very likely would have made the money. Because by that point, we were pretty damn close. We weren't on the bubble, but we were pretty damn close, and I would have had a nice stack at that point because several people were in the hand pre-flop too. And it just came down to me and him to win a pretty good-sized pot. So anyway, I was very happy with it, and I said, okay, I didn't make the money here, but I'm very happy with my decision to do this. And I think when things fall a bit differently in the future, I'll be even happier when I'm sitting there making the money, maybe running really deep without the time investment. So that's the pro max late reg situation where you definitely should. When shouldn't you? Well, if you're just coming to the World Series for the experience, you're going to play a few events and go back. There's a number of people who listen to this show who are not pro players, nor do they have the time to spend long stretches at the World Series of Poker. They have to get back to work or other responsibilities, and they can only afford to come out there for 2 events. And they're really there just for the experience, to enjoy playing at the World Series and hope to get lucky. And you don't want that experience to be 2 events where you're there for 5 minutes and gone. If you're there for the experience, or at least in part for the experience, you definitely should be entering tournaments at or near the beginning to get that experience. And that actually describes me too, to some degree. That's why I'm not entering every event max late reg, even if it's positive expectation to do so. I enjoy playing at the World Series. So when I go to the World Series, not only do I want to make money, and some years it happens, some years it doesn't, but I also want to enjoy the experience of playing there. If it was strictly about the money, I would just play cash. Because honestly, I have a better chance of winning at cash than I do at tournaments. But tournaments are something different. I don't play them very often. It's a change of pace. The World Series of Poker has a different feel, a different energy to it than other tournaments. It's the most well-known tournament on earth. And I enjoy the experience there of playing these events. And I wouldn't want them all to be just show up, hope to double up, or leave. So any event that's like $1,500 buy-in, I'm definitely not going to do the max late registration, even if it makes sense. Because I actually want to enjoy them. But the small events, yeah, I'll do. So my suggestion to you is to just look for yourself. If the buy-in is pretty meaningless to you, and in fact, if it's kind of burdensome to waste the time to only make what the buy-in is essentially if you mid cash, then definitely late register. But if you're there for only a few events, and if you would enjoy every minute of playing there, then don't register late. So it really depends on your own situation, and of course you can do a hybrid like I'm going to be doing. So I think that's really the right answer. Is it depends on your own circumstance, your own impression, your own goals of coming there, and just be honest with yourself. Be honest. Think about it. This event you're entering, if you spend the entire day playing and then the next day and you min cash, are you going to walk away saying this is a big waste of my time because I didn't make enough money for all the time I put into this? If the answer is yes, then definitely max late reg. If, on the other hand, you feel like you're going to be disappointed and feel robbed of the experience if you enter very late and bust on the first hand, then you should be entering earlier. You could also do a hybrid and register kind of in the middle of the period, not as late as possible, but not right at the beginning. That's a way you could do it too. But I'm basically going to do it just either come at or near the beginning or late register without much in between. So that is my analysis on that. And you should consider it, though. Definitely something to consider. And I kind of feel foolish for closing myself off to doing it until last year. And like a light bulb went over my head. And I said, what am I doing? Why am I not doing this for some of these events? If you want to text me, 775-372-8355 is the number. Desert Runner texted, Desert Runner puts the PFA gear sticker on his flashlights. I bet he would, but we don't have any stickers. Maybe I should make stickers. It's pretty cheap to make stickers. It could be like elementary school, where your friends give you stickers, and then you put them on your peachy folder, or on your books, or in your lunchbox. Maybe we need to go back to those days. Feel like we're kids again. Alrighty. That's the end of the World Series topics. Oh boy, look at the time. Look at the time of night we are doing this show. Look what time it is. Hello, Colonel Nigel Fabersham here. Well, we haven't heard this in a while. In fact, you haven't heard me in a while. I'm not part of this show anymore. I've been eliminated, so to speak. I think Dandruff believes that I've become burdensome to him. I'm just not someone who he wishes to associate with anymore, at least with this show. So he's put a stop to my appearances, and this is my only chance to say anything, and he doesn't do the segment much anymore, so I've just disappeared entirely. So I hope you'd enjoyed my reappearance. Tally-ho, pip-pip, let's get on with it. Yes, this is Druffytime Theater. This is a segment where I tell you stories from my past, sometimes my dealings or follies involving businesses or customer service, and sometimes personal stories. Sometimes the stories are recent, and sometimes they go back very, very far. This time we're going to do something damn far in the past. Long, long time ago. This is about Palm Springs, and I thought of this story because I recently went to Palm Springs. I took a short trip to Palm Springs recently, and it made me think about this story. This is something I really have not thought of in many, 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 many years. Something I just kind of forgot about fairly quickly, left my mind after the whole thing was done. It just didn't come back until I was thinking about Palm Springs and go, oh yeah, that whole thing. How have I not thought of that all this time? So this is something I should have talked about on the show a long time ago with Druffytime Theater, but I haven't yet. So this is a story I've dug out of my brain to tell you from 1990. So in the spring of 1990, 36 years ago, we're in the spring of 2026, I was 18. I met a guy at a computer-related convention. His name was Matt. Now, I didn't know Matt prior to this, but he and I just talked at the convention, and we just got along really well from the start. We had a lot in common as far as interests, and he seemed like a nice guy. I liked him. I thought this was the type of person I'd like to be friends with, and we were just hanging out there. And it was nice because I came there. I didn't know anybody. I thought I'd just kind of be a loner going around there. And here I met this other guy who's alone there too, and we became fast friends. And we both had interests in computers, so whole thing was very nice. And I got his phone number. He got mine before we departed. And in case you've got your mind in the gutter, it was not a gay thing. I didn't have any gay attraction to him or anything like that. It was just, I met a new friend there, and I was happy with that, and we hung out there at the convention. So we were the same age. We were both 18. We were both seniors in high school. We were both very close to graduation because, again, as I said, it was in the spring of 1990, and that was the year we both graduated. I lived in the LA area at the time, as I've talked about many times on this show, and Matt lives in Palm Springs. So he called me a day or two later, and we talked about various stuff, and one of the things he told me that he didn't mention to me at the convention, because it didn't really come up, was that he was actually the student body president at Palm Springs High School. And I thought, oh, wow, that's interesting. So he told me that the previous 2 summers that he had been organizing parties up on some hill near Palm Springs. I don't know if you've ever been to Palm Springs before, but it is surrounded by mountains and hills. And I had been to Palm Springs. I could picture that, at least geographically, where he would have gone. And he said that he found a place up on some hill there that the cops never go, they never bother anyone. And that up on that hill where they have this party that they can be loud, they can play music, they can drink, everybody can have a good time, and the cops are not going to come up and bust anyone for underage drinking or noise or anything like that. He said he's done this the prior 2 summers in 88 and 89 and the parties were great. He was the one organizing it, and they went off very well, and the cops didn't come. No one bothered them, something that he's going to be doing again in 1990 in the summer, which was coming up very soon. He also said that the party was always full of really hot girls that he knew from his high school, that he was the class president, that, of course, he got to know a lot of girls there, that he was popular at school, and that he was always careful to invite more females, in fact, a lot more females than males, which then would make all the guys at the party in demand, because there's a high female-to-male ratio. He didn't want it to be a sausage fest. In fact, he wanted the opposite. He said that the girls at this party love having fun. That basically just, if I were to show up to that party, which he was inviting me to, he wasn't just talking about it, he was telling me that I should come when he has the 1990 version of it in the summer, which is coming up very soon, that if I were to come, and if I were to be introduced as his good friend, that would virtually guarantee that some of those girls would be all over me, just by nature of showing up and being his friend, and the fact that there's way more girls than guys there, that this would pretty much guarantee that at least some of the girls there would be interested in me. He also said that a few of the girls that he invites to those parties have had boyfriends that kind of remind him of me. So he figured I was probably the type of some of these girls based on who they've dated in the past. So this sounded great to me, obviously. I did not have a girlfriend at the time. I had had girlfriends before, but I didn't have one then. Obviously, this whole thing sounded very good to me. However, I did have a concern. My concern was that it would be awkward with me showing up to this party and not knowing anyone. Who would I talk to? Who would I hang out with? What would I talk about? Would they accept me? I'm just this outsider from L.A. coming into this Palm Springs party where everybody knows each other in the school. So I asked them about that. I asked if they would even accept me there, being an outsider. He said this would not be a problem because I wouldn't be the only one there from out of the area. That, in fact, at the previous two parties, he had invited other friends from out of the area who nobody knew, and these guys had a great time there, and they were accepted very well. So he said that he'll introduce me to everybody, and it'll be fine. Well, this sounded a little bit too good to be true. I was hoping it was true, but I wasn't sure. In fact, if this sounds like the plot of one of those 1980s teenagers get laid movies that were popular at the time, well, I don't blame you for thinking that, because that's exactly what came to my mind as he told me this whole thing. It kind of felt like I was living one of those stories, or about to live one of them, and I wasn't sure if I should be excited or skeptical or both. So he told me this was going to take place like sometime in mid to late June, sometime after school was done. And the description that he gave, not just of this party, but the general scene in Palm Springs, reminded me somewhat of a bad movie that I had seen on USA Up All Night. I didn't see this in the theater, but USA Up All Night, for those of you that remember, it was on the USA Network in the 80s, late at night. It had two different hosts, the now late Gilbert Gottfried and Rhonda Shear, who's still alive, and they would introduce these really bad B movies. And other than that, you would watch the movies without them commenting. It wasn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 where they're there making flippant remarks about the movie. They would do little segments in between when they would do commercials, but then it would just go back to play the movie. These movies were often censored or cut up because they were on TV late at night, but you'd get the idea. And I actually liked some of these movies. They had a kind of their own B-movie charm. Even if they were bad, I could appreciate a lot of them. Fraternity Vacation was one of those teen get-laid movies. It was released in 1985. And, you know, I kind of enjoyed it, but I noticed some things about it that were kind of stupid. And one of them was, I thought at the time, and I probably saw this like in 87 or 88 on TV, I thought, you know, Palm Springs doesn't strike me as a place that's going to have like a party scene for fraternities coming in during spring break. This doesn't seem like a Key West or a Lake Havasu. It just doesn't seem like that type of place. It seems like a place mostly for old people. That's what I thought in the 80s when I saw this movie. It turned out that the reason they set it in Palm Springs was because it was a low-budget movie and they just couldn't afford to film in places like Key West. So they designated Palm Springs to be the replacement, and implied, more than implied, showed that it was this happening fun place for young people. But even then, I didn't really buy it. In fact, I later read a review of it by Roger Ebert. He thought the same thing. He's like, I don't believe that Palm Springs is really like this. But was I about to live my own version of that? Was I about to go to Palm Springs and party with all these hot young people and girls that were going to be all over me just because I'm friendly with the guy who ran the party? That wasn't the plot of Fraternity Vacation, by the way, but, it's all along the same lines. I started to think, okay, is this real? And let me try to analyze if I believe Matt's story at all about any of this. So, do I believe he's the Palm Springs High School class president? Remember, in 1990, I couldn't just go on the web and look this up. This was something that was going to be hard to determine. So, I thought about it, and I go, well, Matt is normal looking. He wasn't like a computer geek looking guy, but, he wasn't like really, really good looking or anything like that. I could kind of picture him as a popular student body president, and he had a good personality. He was easy to get along with. But on the other hand, he was kind of average looking, and it just seemed like he was too interested in being my friend for a guy who was so popular. And I'm not putting myself down here. I'm saying, like, why would he want so badly to be friends with this guy from L.A. at a computer convention and call me all the time and talk to me all the time? Like, why is he doing all of that if he's got all these friends and all these chicks all over him and he's the class president of Palm Springs High? I'm not saying he couldn't make any friends at the convention if that's an interest of his, but it seemed like he was very interested in the friendship, almost like someone who didn't have a lot of friends or maybe any friends, not someone who was like super popular. So I was already a little bit skeptical about this, that he just seemed too into our friendship for someone who had so much else going on. But, maybe other people around Palm Springs didn't have the interest in computers and other tech stuff that I was into. And maybe that he was happy to finally have someone there that he could talk about this stuff with. So I reasoned that I can't just conclude there's no way he's telling the truth about this, and his stories about the parties were very detailed. So was he really making all this up? Like, what's the truth here? So I'm going to let you guess the truth. That's the end of the part I'm going to tell you. And then I will move on now to tell you the different possible endings to this story. There's 5 endings I'm going to tell you, and only one of them is the real ending. It's not going to be a trick. I'm not going to say at the end that none of them are real. I promise you, at the end, one of these will be real, and the other 4 will be fake. And it's up to you to decide which one it is. And you can just decide for yourself. This is not a contest in any way, but before I reveal the answer, just decide for yourself which one you think is real, and then you'll see if you got it right. So ending number 1. Matt and I stayed in touch, and indeed, he really held one of these parties in June, and I went there. But just as I feared, everybody knew each other and had really no interest in talking to me. I felt like an outsider. So I tried to make conversation with the other kids there, tried to talk to guys, tried to talk to girls, and really nobody was interested in me. Nobody was like outright rude, but they were just very casual in the conversation, like just saying a few words and then going back to talking to each other. I felt like I was invisible to everybody. Matt kind of noticed this. He half-heartedly tried to bring me into everything that was going on, but he just had too much else happening there. He was trying to flirt with all the girls. He was trying to be the center of attention. He didn't have time to kind of force me into everything. So he'd kind of bring me into a conversation and then kind of forget I was there. So I just felt very awkward, and I actually got bored there. Just no one was talking to me. I just kind of was waiting for it to be over, and finally I'm like, you know what? If I'm not enjoying this, why don't I just leave? So I just left. I didn't even say goodbye. I didn't want Matt saying, "Oh, dude, why are you leaving, man? Well, come on, aren't you having fun?" Like I didn't want that pressure to stay, so I just kind of left. The funny thing was, Matt was so preoccupied with everything else, he even noticed I left. He called me the next day and asked me how I liked the party. And when I told him I left in the middle, he's like, "Oh, you did? I didn't see you. Why didn't you say goodbye?" Like he was shocked that I left in the middle and he didn't notice. That shows you how little he was paying attention to me there. So I told him I felt ignored. I felt out of place. And he said he didn't understand. He said, "Look, I tried to include you. I tried to get people talking to you. You know, you have to do your part. But I thought I was doing a good job. I thought you were having a good time. I'm really, really surprised." So he said, "Okay, well, I guess I misjudged it. I'm going to have another one next month. So I'm going to invite you to that too. And I'm going to make sure that I bring you into it. I make sure that we pay attention to you." Well, no, I already brought this up to him once before I came there. And I didn't enjoy it. So I said, "No, thanks." I said, "I appreciate it, but, I already tried once and I just wasn't enjoying myself there. It didn't seem like they really wanted me there. So, the parties are pretty cool. I'm sorry, I just didn't fit in here. So, no offense. I'm not going to come back to them." So it seemed to bother him. He didn't argue with me, but I could tell he was unhappy to hear that. He almost took it as an insult. And the friendship faded pretty quickly after that. And within a few weeks, we had just completely stopped calling each other entirely, and I lost track of him for good. That's ending number 1. Ending number 2. As June drew closer, I was more and more excited for this party, and I was forcing myself to believe the hype that Matt was pushing about it. I was skeptical, but I'm like, okay, I can't think this way. I've got to just believe him and hope it turns out well. What's the worst that can happen? So I went there, and you know what? Everything was exactly as he described it. Everybody was very laid back. A lot of people were drinking, and I'm a non-drinker, but nobody cared or judged that I wasn't. And in fact, Matt did something nice. He told people that I was pretty far away, that I was in the LA area. I was going to have to drive back that same night, and that's the reason I'm not drinking. That wasn't true. I was just a non-drinker, and he knew that. But he didn't want to make me look uncool around them since they were all drinking. So he made it sound like I'd like to drink, I just can't because I got to drive all the way back to LA that night. And they accepted that. They said, "Oh yeah, it makes sense. I wouldn't drink either if I had to go back to LA." So that worked, and he was right about the girls. He did tell them that I was one of his best friends, and I was from LA, and 3 different girls sat on my lap at various points of the night. Not all at the same time, but 3 different girls I had on my lap that night. And one of them, I even went off to the side. I went to the side with her, and we messed around. Whenever I was around Matt there, he was talking me up to people. He was telling everyone that I'm incredibly smart and really cool. He said I was his best friend outside of Palm Springs. Everything was going great, but then something happened that Matt said would not happen. The cops showed up. Now, I wasn't drinking, remember? And they could tell. They could tell I was totally sober. So I said, "Look, I'm not drinking here. I'm not even from this area." And they said, "Well, okay, just go home then. Leave." They looked at my license. They made sure I was telling the truth. And they saw I was not from the area. And they said, "Okay, well, just get out of here." So I did. I left. Unfortunately, it wasn't as easy for everybody else. They arrested a lot of the kids for underage drinking, including Matt. So, needless to say, the parties ended. Matt did not hold it against me for leaving. In fact, he was happy I got out of it. And we actually stayed friends for a few years, and we just lost touch. I think we talked for about 3 years, but towards the end of that, we weren't talking as often, and then we kind of stopped calling each other. Nothing really happened to cause it, but it was a very nice memory that night. And, I didn't meet any long-term girlfriends there or anything, but it was fun. That was ending number 2. Obviously a happy ending. Ending number 3. This one's going to be a little bit different. So Matt kept talking up the party that was going to happen in June, like it was going to be the most fun I ever had. After a few weeks, he invited me to come out and stay the weekend at his house in Palm Springs because he said that he actually thought about it and realized I may have had a point, that maybe it's not good to just throw me in with all these people who don't know me, that even though he'd make his best effort to include me, that it's better that I meet them first and then party with them after that. So he suggested, why don't you come out for Memorial Day weekend? I'll introduce you to a lot of the people that are going to be at the party. And then when the party takes place in a few weeks after that, then you will have already met them and know them, and it'll be a lot easier for everyone to want to include you and interact with you. And I said, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So since Palm Springs was fairly far from where I lived, he invited me to come and stay at his house. He said he got permission from his parents and that I could stay for Memorial Day weekend. And I said, okay, sounds good. And looking forward to that too. This is going to be the first time I was going to see him again in person since I met him at that computer convention. Wasn't that long, though. It was probably like a month since I met him. Well, as we were getting closer to this Memorial Day visit, because he proposed this about like 2 weeks before Memorial Day, as we were getting closer, I was starting to notice things that were a little bit weird. And that was, he was saying strange things on the phone that my other male friends were not saying to me. And they made me uncomfortable. Like, one of the times I called and he said, when my phone rings and I hear it's you on the other end, it always makes me smile. Like, okay, if a girl says that to me, sweet, but another dude, that's weird. I didn't want to hear another guy saying it's making him smile that I'm calling him. That's not the way I talk to any of my male friends or the way they talk to me. We would just start talking. So I started to suspect that Matt was actually gay, and that this whole party was a ruse to invite me over there to stay with him and hopefully put the moves on me. That is, hopefully for him, not me. So I thought maybe I'm crazy. I asked some of my other friends about this. I told the whole story to them, and they all said, oh no, this guy's got to be gay. Don't go. Do not go. The problem was, if I turned this down after previously accepting the invitation to come for Memorial Day weekend, I thought it might ruin my chance to go to the party, because I was very excited about the party. But if I said, oh, I can't come, even if I make a good-sounding excuse, I was afraid maybe he will see through it that I just don't want to come, and then will disinvite me from the party. So I was a little bit afraid of that, but I just kept thinking about being over there and how awkward it will be for him to start putting the moves on me, thinking that I can be his gay boyfriend. I didn't say or do anything to imply I was gay, and I didn't have this problem. Like, no one who met me ever thought I was gay, so it's not like I give off a gay vibe when I'm not. But still, I was worried that he just mistook the fact that we clicked and were friends and exchanged numbers. Maybe he thought that this was the beginning of a relationship, so I just didn't like some of the stuff he was saying to me. It just wasn't natural for two straight guys to say to each other. I finally decided, you know what, I'm going to make an excuse. I'm going to blame my family for it. So since it was Memorial Day weekend, I told him that I can't come. My parents aren't going to let me because they had something planned they didn't tell me about, and they don't want me leaving for the weekend. Now, I was 18, but my parents are still supporting me. I was still living with them. In fact, school wasn't even over yet. So, of course, if my parents say I can't go, it makes sense why I can't go. And the same situation with him. He was living with his parents too. He's a high school student too. I think he saw through that I was bullshitting him. And even though he accepted it, he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. But from that point, he got very cold with me on the phone and got off the phone quickly. And then a day later, he called me and said he heard the cops were going to clamp down on the parties, that they got word of these parties and that they're going to be ready for it to bust people. So he's canceling them for the whole summer. This is one day after I say I can't come see him. So I lost touch with him shortly after that. He didn't seem that interested in talking to me anymore, and I just kind of felt weird with the whole thing. I didn't know if the party was real or not, or if the whole thing was just made up to get me over there. If it was real, I obviously was disinvited. He didn't say it, but, it was clear that I probably wasn't invited anymore. So we stopped talking, and for many years I wondered what happened to him. I wondered what was the truth of that situation. Maybe he just got offended that I backed out of the visit for Memorial Day and disinvited me, and they actually did have a fun party, and maybe he was totally straight. Maybe I just misread it. So it kind of ate at me over the years. So finally, in 2016, of course, many years later, I looked up on Facebook and found him. I'd never tried to look him up since this all happened in 1990, but 26 years later, I decided to look it up. And it was the first time I really thought of it in those 26 years. That's why it took so long. So I looked it up, and yes, Matt was married to another man. I did not make contact with him, but I did look at his profile, and I saw a post from that same year, 2016, that he was celebrating 25 years of being out. He posted a little graphic, which meant he came out as gay in 91, which would have been a year after I would have visited him there. So he was very close to coming out, and clearly he was inviting me over there for reasons I would not have liked. I never found out if the parties were real, but it was good I never came over there. That was ending number 3. Ending number 4. Matt kept talking up the party, and then he said that the party was delayed because he had car trouble, and the car was not going to make it up the hill. Now, that sounded like a weird excuse. Like, why couldn't he just ride with one of the friends he has there? But I didn't want to come off like a jerk by questioning this whole thing. Like, who am I to question this? So I said, okay, well, yeah, I understand. So let me know when it's happening. He says, oh, yeah, my parents are going to get the car fixed, and I'm actually rescheduling the party for a few weeks later, July 1st. So, okay, July 1st, not that far from when it was going to be anyway. But as we got into late June, Matt called me to say that he had a 104-degree fever and was vomiting, and he wasn't sure if he'd be better in time for the party. So he said, you know what, I'm not going to have it on July 1st. I may still be sick on July 1st. It was like June 27th or 28th or something. So he said he has rescheduled it for August 1st when he's 100% sure that this will be long gone by then. I did wonder why he'd need a full month to recover from what probably was a flu. Like, why not just make it July 15th or something, or July 10th? Why August 1st? But I didn't openly question it. Fine, he wants August 1st. It's all the same thing. We got to August 1st, or near August 1st, and he wasn't even talking about the party anymore. He talked about everything but the party. Back in the spring, he couldn't stop talking up the party, but as we were getting close to the party, first we get these excuses about the 104 fever, and then the car and all that crap. And then we get close to the third date for it, August 1st, and he's just not talking about it anymore. When I would bring it up, he would quickly change the subject. So I finally decided that something wasn't right here. I thought that he was coming up with every excuse why he's not having these parties and didn't want to tell me the truth about something. Either that he just wasn't having them again this year, or maybe they never existed, or maybe he lied about a whole lot of things. So I went back to the class president thing, something that I had always wondered if it was true. As I've described before on this show, when I was that age, 18, 17, really shortly after my voice changed, which happened very late for me. My voice didn't change till I was 16 and a half. But very shortly after my voice changed, I went from sounding like a little kid to sounding 30. And I stayed sounding 30 for many years. And in fact, if you go find old episodes of this show, which you'll hear playing on the Call to Listen line sometimes, or on the streaming reruns on the radio page, and you hear episodes from like 2012, 2013, 2014, even though I was in my early 40s, you will hear that I still sound like around 30. I sounded pretty young. Now, my voice has aged somewhat since then. I don't sound exactly the same as I did at the beginning of this show. We've been doing this so long, since 2012. So now I don't sound 30 anymore. I sound older. But even into my 40s, I still sounded 30. So it's funny, I sounded 30 at age 17, and I sounded 30 at age 42. My voice really just didn't change at all during those years. So this was sometimes an advantage in those years, in that when I would make phone calls, I could pretend to be an adult, or even when I was technically an adult, a somewhat older adult, and get more respect. So in this case, I was going to do a little social engineering job, and it was going to be believable because my voice sounded old enough to be what I claimed to be. So I called Palm Springs High, and this was now a little bit before the 90-91 school year was starting. And Matt wasn't going to be in the school because he graduated in June. But it was close enough to the beginning of the 90-91 school year that the staff was already in the office, even though school had not started yet. And I pretended to be a local journalist. I claimed I was with a paper. I forgot the name of the paper, but I knew the name of one of the papers at the time. I pretended to be from that paper, made up a bullshit name, and I made up a premise for the call, which I don't remember anymore, but it was supposed to be like an interview about the school. So I asked for the vice principal, and they put her on. And she bought my story. She believed I really was a journalist from that paper, and she believed the whole interview was real. And I asked a few fluff questions because I didn't want to get right to what I wanted to know at the beginning and have her be suspicious. And then I worked in a way to ask about the prior year's ASB, the Associated Student Body there. And I asked, what was the name of last year's president? I think I knew it at one point, forgetting. So she said the name, and it was a female name, a clearly female name, not a name that could be either way. This is one that was clearly a female name, something like Jennifer or whatever. So I'm like, what? So I couldn't act shocked, but I said, well, that's funny. That wasn't the name I had for the student body president. I said, I have some friends who have kids at the school, and they had mentioned the name of the president, and it was some kid named Matt. So you're sure, Matt was not the president last year? I'm talking about last year's president, the one ending in 1990 in June, not the upcoming year. And she said, oh, no, the name I just told you, that is who was the student body president. I said, well, was there a Matt in the student government at all? And she said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. So whatever you heard is not true. So I'm not sure where you got this information, but no, there was no Matt in student government last year. Well, that was pretty clear to me, so I made some excuse to finish the interview. Maybe 5 minutes after that, thanked her very much for her time. Probably wondered why this article never appeared in the paper. And I called Matt, and I confronted him. I said, Matt, I have learned, I didn't tell him how, but I have learned that you were not the student body president last year. So why would you have lied to me about that? And what else did you lie to me about? So he just broke down and said, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed, and I hope you're not going to hate me. And can I tell you the whole truth now? I said, yeah, go ahead and tell me. So the truth was, he made all of this up. He was a Palm Springs High student who graduated in June of 1990, but there were never any parties. There were never any girls. In fact, he never had a girlfriend. And in fact, he didn't even have any friends at school at all. He was a loner. He was a computer nerd. He was someone that nobody really paid much attention to. And he had a lot of trouble making friends. And he said he was very happy to have made a friend at that convention. And that my friendship was very important to him. And that's kind of why he let himself get carried away. He was afraid if he didn't come off as cool, maybe I wouldn't be interested in staying friends with him. So he made up a lot of this crap, hoping it would make me want to talk to him more. And I said, well, what did you expect to happen here? What were you going to say about the parties? He said, well, I was just expecting I was going to keep making excuses, and then the summer would pass and you'd forget about it and let it go, and maybe one day I'd tell you the truth, but I just felt like I had to stall it during the summer enough, and then that would go away. But I realized that was wrong. I should have told you the truth the whole way, and I'm really sorry for lying to you about all this and building up this party that didn't really exist, and please forgive me. I really value our friendship, and I'm just so ashamed of what I did here. So I was in a weird position. Like I thought this is all so strange. Like, do I even want to be friends with this guy now? Like the whole friendship was based on so many different stories he told me, and it turned out like none of them were true. Like so much of what we talked about having to do with his life was just completely fake. Other stuff we talked about that wasn't about him was real, but like so many details he told me about himself were just not true. I didn't even know him. Now, after what I thought I knew him for a few months, I didn't know him. I was listening to a guy telling me stories that were fake. So I didn't know what to think here. I believed he was sincere about wanting to be my friend and why he did it, but it just was strange to me. So I accepted the apology, but the friendship was weird after that and kind of awkward. And whenever he called me, I just wasn't into talking to him. I'm just like, oh, this fucking liar. I don't feel like talking to him. So I'd just make an excuse to go whenever he called me. I'd stay on for like 3 or 4 minutes and say, I have to go. My parents just made dinner. Oh, I've got to go out to this place. I've got to do this right now. I always had a different story what I had to do. I'd spend like no more than 5 minutes on the phone with him. So he finally got the picture, and within a few weeks, he quit calling me, and that was that. That is ending number 4. Here's the last one, and then you can decide which one you think really happened. Ending number 5, as we drew closer to the date of the party, Matt kept avoiding the subject when I'd bring it up, kind of similar to the last story. I had a strong feeling he was lying to me, and I started thinking about other stories he had told to me, and I decided that most of them were too crazy or incredible to be true. There was just too many things that happened in his life that were going on with him. It just didn't seem like it was real. It seemed like too much of what he'd tell me was hard to swallow. And when I really put it together, I'm like, wow, this guy is probably not telling me the truth about anything. In fact, I was convinced that I was dealing with a pathological liar, and I didn't want anything further to do with him. So I did not call up the school or anything like in the other story, but I was trying to keep our calls short and boring, and I was always, quote, having to go whenever he called. And I never initiated any calls to him anymore. I was just kind of hoping he was going to just go away. I didn't want this liar in my life anymore. It's not like he'd been a longtime friend of mine. I'd met him fairly recently, and then I figured out that everything he's telling me is bullshit, so I want nothing to do with him, I'm thinking. So the last time he called me was in mid-June. Remember, the party was supposed to be in mid-June. So it was just days after when he claimed the party would take place. So remember, I was invited to this, but somehow we got to mid-June after the date of that, and he never asked, like, are you coming, or why I didn't come, or, like, he had just stopped talking about it, and then the date passed, and he's just expecting me to not question it. Since this was a few days after the party would have taken place, and he didn't mention the party had gone off or that I hadn't been there or anything like that, I talked to him again for, like, 5 minutes, and then right before I got off the phone, I said, I've got to go, but I hope the party went well. That was like 3 days ago, right? And that really shocked him. He was like, not ready for that. And he goes, it was great. It was really great. I'm sorry you weren't there. It was really, really great. And I said, well, that's good. Talk to you later. Bye. And I hung up. And he never called me again. See, he knew when I said that I knew that it was bullshit. And he kind of got the picture that I was not talking to him much, and that my last thing about the party having gone well, that I was basically telling him in code, I knew you've been lying to me. And he didn't admit it, but he kind of knew I caught him, and he slithered away, never to be heard from again. So which of these 5 do you think happened? I know stories 4 and 5 have some similarity, but there are differences too. Which of these 5 happened? Well, let's go through them one by one. Number 1, that I went to the party and it just wasn't that good because everyone ignored me. Did this happen? No. Fake story. Ending number 2, that the party was exactly as I expected, and I had a great time there. Even had 3 girls on my lap at different points of the night, and never got to go to another one, but I really enjoyed it. It was everything that Matt had said. Did that really happen? No. I wish it happened. I wish that was the ending. If it was, I probably would have told you this story earlier. It probably would have been more memorable. But no, unfortunately, the best ending was not a correct ending. I made that up. Let's go to number 3. Matt was actually gay and finding an excuse to bring me over to his house so he could put the moves on me, most likely. Did I accidentally strike the fancy of an 18-year-old gay guy who wished I was his boyfriend and lied to me to keep my interest? Thankfully, no. Thankfully, I did not have to deal with that. I don't know for sure if Matt was 100% straight, and I had no reason to believe he wasn't, because all of that did not happen, nor did he ever say things like that he smiles whenever I call. That was also made up, so that wasn't the ending at all. That leaves 4 or 5. One of these two happened. Number 4 was that he kept stalling and moving the date back throughout the summer with different weird-sounding excuses. I called the high school. I tricked them into telling me that he was not the student body president. I confronted him, and he confessed that he was a loner at school that nobody liked. He was not class president. He never had a girlfriend, and he made all this up because he was hoping I'd find him more interesting and want to stay his friend. And then he wanted me to stay his friend after that, and it just was too awkward, and we just stopped talking. Did that really happen? No. So I guess we know the answer from process of elimination. So it was number 5 that I just decided on my own that he just couldn't be telling me the truth, and I just didn't want anything to do with him anymore. And that the last time he called me was actually after the party was supposed to have happened, and he had forgotten the date he had told me, or maybe he hoped I forgot. And when I brought it up, if I could have seen him, I bet he would have been white as a ghost. And he very awkwardly said, "Oh yeah, it was great," and never called me again. That was the actual answer. Suffice to say, I don't believe there was ever a party. I don't believe he was class president. I don't know what the guy's deal was. Obviously, he had issues, and it probably made sense why he didn't have many or any friends besides me, because whatever those issues were, he's probably driving other people away from him as well. And whatever the story was, I did not appreciate all the lying, and I just didn't value our new friendship enough to try to keep it, since if that's the way we're starting out, why do we want to stay as friends? And I didn't see any value in starting a whole argument, is the party real, the party fake, because I can't prove it anyway. So I just decided I'm just distancing myself. So I'm sorry it was the least exciting of the 5 stories. I bet you were probably hoping it was the gay one. That would have been probably the most interesting of the endings. This was the most boring one, but sometimes that's the way life works, where the most boring ending is the real ending. So I hope you enjoyed this installment of Druffytime Theater. Now you know why this story did not really stick with me that much over the years, because it was just a guy who was lying. I was excited about those parties at first, though. I believed him at first. I thought, oh, this is going to be really cool. And then it wasn't. All right, moving on. Remember when we had our story about Mars, who called himself Tony Mars? His real name is Shen. That is, Y-E is the first name and S-H-E-N is the last name. He is Chinese. And he was accused by Nick Airball and others of cheating in high-stakes poker in a home game taking place in Irvine, California. In December 2023, Nick Airball, who is known for his appearances on Hustler Casino Live in the high-stakes games there, and he still plays on there, he wrote, "Just found out that someone who I thought was a close friend of mine cheated me out of $1 million in a series of poker games. Very hurt and upset for obvious reasons. More details soon." And then he gave various details. At the end, he wrote, "Whatever, I have no patience or tolerance. It was Ye Shen, a.k.a. Tony Mars." And then a whole scandal started up around that, including allegations of accomplices in this cheating scam. These were home games with essentially marked cards. That's what was being alleged. Among the alleged accomplices were poker pro Arnaud Materne, who denied that he was an accomplice. He admitted that he was a dealer in the game, which didn't make a whole lot of sense since this guy was a poker pro. And why is he going there to deal? But he claimed the tips were so good it was worth it, and that his bankroll wasn't doing that well at the time. Arnaud was threatening to sue people for accusing him. He never did that, of course, and I never really believed his story. It just didn't make a lot of sense, and his whole excuse kind of hinged upon, well, during some of these days when it was alleged that cheating was happening, I can prove I was not in the country. So, okay, that just proves he wasn't part of the cheating every time, but it doesn't prove that he wasn't part of it sometimes. Now, I know it's hard to disprove something. You can't prove a negative in many cases. But I just never really believed him. I never ever had any hard evidence that he was cheating there. But, where there's smoke, there's fire, and that whole thing was very suspicious. And Wesley, also from Hustler Casino Live, was claiming that Mars had been threatening him and that he had been cheated as well. So a lot of allegations came out against this guy Mars, who prior to this wasn't known to anybody. He was under the radar. But Nick Airball claimed he was ripped off for $1 million, and he claimed other people were victims as well. One of the people involved in the game was Shane Hennon, who called himself Peter. And there's, in fact, a picture of Shane at the game, and it's definitely him. At the time, most people were not familiar with Shane Hennon, though Matt Berkey had known him from the past and said he was a very shady guy. Well, this really validates the allegations against Mars because Shane Hennon is now accused of being involved in other cheating games and providing equipment to allow people to know hole cards who were accomplices in other games, including the ones involving NBA player Chauncey Billups. So that whole scheme, Hennon was part of it. And Hennon has been part of alleged game fixing as well in the NBA and other sports. Hennon never seems to be in prison, though, or even jail. He just seems to always be out and able to travel around the country freely and do what he wants. I've told you guys before, I believe he's a federal informant at this point, and probably has been for quite some time. But anyway, he was involved in this game for sure, because I see a picture of him right here as I'm looking at it. So we discussed all of this back in 2023, and you can find the Poker Fraud Alert Radio episode about this. The title of that episode is Life on Mars, and we went over this in great detail. I obviously didn't know then about the other stuff that Shane Hennon was involved in, but I did mention what Berkey had said about him, and then it turned out that it was much worse than even Berkey said. So given Hennon's involvement, given that this was really Mars's game, given that so many people felt they were cheated there, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what happened, even if we don't have the exact smoking gun proof. Mars supposedly left the country upon all this heat being put on him. By the way, I also played a phone conversation that he and Wesley had and secretly recorded. I played it on here in the translation. They're speaking in Chinese, but I was providing the translation of what was put up by somebody who spoke the language. Hopefully it was accurate. So a very interesting story back then, but something that always bothered a lot of people was that Mars got away with it. Nothing ever happened to him other than his reputation in poker being ruined, which didn't matter a whole lot because no one really knew him prior to that. I guess it's harder for him to set up other cheating games with this type of reputation, but aside from that, he didn't really get any kind of consequence. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up 2.5 years later is that Shen, Tony Mars, has been arrested, and he is accused of writing $300,000 worth of bad checks to the Wynn. So he was not arrested for anything related to that Irvine home game, but at least he's been busted for something. So if you're annoyed that he got away with the other stuff, at least he got busted for something. And I don't think he's going to wiggle out of this one. This was reported on May 19th by the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Shen is 42 years old. He is charged with one count of passing a check without sufficient funds in the bank and one count of theft of value $100,000 or more. These are felony charges. They were filed on March 9th. He was then booked at the Clark County Detention Center on May 14th. I guess they had to locate him, but they did find him within 2 months or so. And then he was released on his own recognizance. I'm surprised they released him because I guess he could flee back to China. But they did release him. The checks that he's accused of having written to the Wynn without the funds to cover them were written on December 28th, 2024. This is about a year after the game that he was alleged to be cheating. So I don't know where all the money went, but I guess it was gone. It is possible he had a gambling problem if he's writing these checks to play at the Wynn. That's probably where the money went. The reason we know it's the same Shen as Tony Mars, and not just someone with the same name who's near the same age, is because the date of birth that was listed in the jail records for this Shen is identical to the date of birth that's listed on a poker-related website. And on that site, it says his nickname is Tony Mars. So it's the same guy. I'm not sure which website, but this is being reported by Las Vegas Review-Journal. So I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. He's from Shanghai, China, and I still don't know why they were willing to release him on his own recognizance without any kind of bail. Maybe they confiscated his passport, I don't know, but supposedly he's still in the country. A lot of people were surprised that Tony Mars was back at all. They thought he just ran back to China when the heat got too much on him. At the time, a lot of people were intimidated regarding speaking up about that Irvine game. Tony Mars, a.k.a. Shen, he wasn't a scary guy. He wasn't someone who was intimidating himself. But he implied that he had a lot of scary people that were willing to hurt people who caused them problems. One of the people that he said was a potential problem and that you don't want to piss off was Shane Hennon, a.k.a. Peter. So he was saying at the time that people should watch out because if Peter gets mad, bad things can happen. So this is a way he could threaten people without directly threatening them. Instead of saying, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to kill you, it was like, well, look, you don't want to get Peter angry with this whole thing because he's a really scary guy. He's a really dangerous guy. Now, it is true that in 2009 that Shane Hennon was arrested for stabbing someone. That was the only violent crime he's been convicted of or even accused of, and who knows what that story was. It was probably some dispute. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm saying that it seems like Shane Hennon is mostly just a scammer. He really doesn't seem to be a guy who's going to be roughing you up or beating you up or stabbing you. Like, for example, maybe he stabbed someone who was trying to fight him because he had scammed them. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just making that up. I don't think what Mars was saying about Peter, a.k.a. Shane, was actually real. I think this is just a way to scare people from speaking up. But, of course, eventually Nick Airball did, and then a lot of other people did. So you can feel good about that. What is likely to happen from this? Well, I don't think that Shen, a.k.a. Tony Mars, is going to be able to prove he was innocent. So my guess is he'll probably do a guilty plea. At the moment, his attorney has declined comment. But my guess is he'll probably plead guilty. And because this is probably the first time this has happened with him, they may let him off with a light sentence. I don't know how much time, but don't expect he's going to be doing serious time in state prison. I could see he gets a little time for this. I could even see where he pays some fine and they give him probation. It will be interesting to see if they confiscate his passport during the time of probation and if he's not allowed to leave the country, and he may not be allowed to gamble. So we'll see what the details of his sentence or probation might be. There's still a lot that could happen or not happen. So I guess we can just root that he gets something pretty stiff, and at least he'll serve time for something. To me, he seems like a bad guy. So you've heard of bad things happening to good people. This is bad things happening to bad people. Let's talk about Kevin Martin and his reality series, which is actually going to start airing today. In fact, it's going to start airing at 1 p.m. Pacific time today, which is about 8 hours from now. By the time you hear this show in the archives, it will have already aired, at least partially. So Kevin Martin is a Canadian poker streamer. I don't really know him. We actually had a little bit of interaction because we both don't like Vanessa Cade. Now, he knows Vanessa Cade a lot better than me. I've never met her. I've seen her around in poker rooms, but we've never even sat at the same table. We've never said a word to each other in person. And she's had issues with tons of people. I'm like not even near the top of the list of people she doesn't like in poker. So she just beefs with a lot of people. She's got problems, to say the least. She had a lot of issues with Kevin Martin when they both played in Canada, and he had a lot of stories about her that were not very flattering. And of course, there's two sides to every story, so I'm not saying that everything he said about her was true. And I'm not going to rehash that now because that's not the purpose of what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that was really my only interaction with him was about her. Other than that, I don't really know him or know that much about him. From what I've seen, I haven't seen anything bad. I don't watch these poker streams or anything, so I can't tell you much about that. I just know he does it, and that's how people know him. He is a younger guy. He's not really young, but he's a lot younger than me. So he was announcing that he is going to be starting a poker-related business, and that he hopes it works out. He started teasing that, though he didn't give any hints as to what it was. He was doing this like last week, the week before. I thought to myself, when I was reading his teases about his poker-related business and how he's putting his own money into it, I was thinking, this probably isn't very smart, because most of the time when poker players start a poker-related business, it's a big fail. Very few times do they succeed and make big money for the person. Usually they put a lot of time, effort, and emotion into it, and then the whole thing flops. Because it's hard. It's hard to just create a business within poker, even if you know the community well, and have it succeed monetarily. It's just hard to get people to pay for things other than actually playing. So I was wondering what it would be, but it's not like I was sitting around all day saying, I wonder when Kevin's going to drop this. I wonder when he's going to tell us. Please, Kevin, tell us. I can't stand it. I can't sleep at night. Tell us. It wasn't like that. It was like kind of a mild interest. Well, I got my answer yesterday in the morning at 10:24 a.m. Pacific time, May 20th. He posted, I created a new poker reality show. Oh, boy. That's his business. So I'm going to play you the trailer for this reality show, and then I'll tell you more about it.
Welcome to Poker Wars. 6 players will compete for $50,000. To win, they must play their cards and each other.
Oh,
because this show isn't just about poker.
So, I hate to say it, this isn't off to the best start. So first of all, I think the $50,000 is actually 50,000 Canadian. Is that even real money? Okay, I better shut up about that. We're going to lose our Canadian listenership. But yes, 50,000 Canadian, which I think the Canadian dollar is worth about 75 cents US. But regardless, whatever. He said the players are not just going to be playing poker, they're going to be playing each other. Ooh. So he's going to be including other things in this besides just people sitting down and playing poker against each other. Let's listen to the rest of it.
It's a game of deception and doing whatever it takes to win. Alliances will be made. Trust will be broken. And at the end, only one will survive and be crowned champion. A live stream competition like you've never seen before. This is Poker Wars.
Then it says live stream May 21st through 24th at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is weird. Like, I guess because he's in Canada, maybe he's in Alberta or something where it's mountain. But Mountain Standard Time right now would be the same as Pacific Daylight Time. So does he mean 2 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, or does he mean 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time? I don't know. I don't even know if it's going to be on at 1 or 2 my time. Probably 2, or probably 1 actually. If it's 2 Mountain Time, there would be 1 here. But if it's 2 Mountain Standard Time, it would actually be 2 here. This is so confusing. But putting that aside, it's going to be streaming on his YouTube and Twitch channels. I think at 1 p.m. Pacific, May 21st through 24th. And then presumably you can watch it after that if you're not around to watch at those times. He's not that detailed in his trailer regarding how they're going to compete, what else they're going to do besides poker, how they're going to play each other and deceive each other, how these alliances are going to form, blah, blah, blah. If this reminds you somewhat of GG Poker's Game of Gold, remember that was this like team competition they had between various poker pros. Now this was all poker play, but there were strategy elements to it beyond just being at the table. Then I understand that because it reminds me of that too, except it looks like he's probably adding additional angles here where it's not just poker. I don't know how else they're going to compete, but it's something he thinks is a good idea. So who are these people, though? If they're going to air it starting today, obviously they're already selected. So who are they? Are we going to see players who maybe hate each other that might have to form alliances? Are we going to see top name players in this that we're just learning about now, have been participating or are agreeing to participate? I guess this is something that's going to be airing live. So that's also interesting that we're not going to see it edited, which is not always a good thing because sometimes editing is good because it takes out the boring stuff and the tedious stuff. But it seems like we're going to see it live, which I guess in a way is a cool concept, and in a way might be, as I said, tedious. But who's it going to be? Because I think that matters, right? I think it matters if it's people we want to see, people we want to know more about, people we want to watch having to deceive one another and create alliances for and against each other. And like if you saw a bunch of players that you're always seeing discussed and they're thrown together, especially ones who are often at odds with each other, wouldn't that be interesting? Like imagine Daniel Negreanu and Justin Bonomo together. Like that would be interesting. Obviously I don't like Justin Bonomo, but I would say that's interesting. Those two really hate each other. And what if you had Doug Polk and Charlie Carroll together? They could throw people together in the same thing, and we could watch the drama unfold, especially live, where it's not edited. You just raw drama happening. That might get my interest, right? I bet we get your interest too. So let's go over the players who are going to be involved. It's only 6 players, so I don't know how big the alliances can be with only 6 people, but here are the 6 people involved. Abby Merck. Now, I've heard of Abby Merck. We've talked about her before. Abby Merck is young. She's like, I think 23 years old. She's a young, pretty girl who plays a lot of poker, also is sometimes a reporter and content creator. And I don't quite know where she gets the money, because the average 23-year-old can't just come up with the money to play the events that she does. She has insisted that she's not getting the money from men, that she's not using men for money or anything, or have sugar daddies, and I think I believe her. I think she's telling the truth. And I'm not being sarcastic here. I think she's like from family money or something like that. That's my guess. She's been in some minor controversies, nothing that bad, but sometimes she says things that are a bit cringe, and one of them was when she was criticizing a video that ClubWPTGold posted of this girl twerking on a poker table at a home game, saying this makes all women look bad, and people were calling her out for hypocrisy because she's posting all these pictures in bikinis and other scantily clad pictures that are clearly designed to get attention through her looks and sexuality, and then when another girl does it, somehow it's bad. So yeah, there's a lot of hypocrisy there. Do I think she's a bad person? No. I think she's a bit immature, but she's 23, so that goes with the territory. And she seems okay. I don't think she's a great player by any means. You take someone like Maria Ho, for example, who got some attention in the 2000s and then beyond, and is quite well known now. And Maria's a good player. You've seen Maria play, and she's a quality poker player. I don't think Abby Merck is to that level or anywhere near that, at least not yet. Maybe she'll improve, but I've seen some hands she's played, and it's not been very good in a lot of it. So, as I said, she's young, plenty of time to improve, but the point is I'm trying to make here is it's not like you're going to see great poker play from her, but okay, I can understand including her, because if you think, like, who is a young, pretty girl in poker that's, like, at least somewhat known in the poker social media space, her name would come to mind pretty quickly. So, okay, I could picture that. And she's got an outgoing personality and kind of bubbly, and, I could see where she'd be a good addition to the show. Okay, so despite some minor controversies and hypocrisies that have involved her, I give a thumbs up to that one as far as the selection of participants here. Let's move on to the next one. John Pardy. Pardy. Have you heard of him before? I'm guessing no. Now, John Pardy is from Newfoundland, Canada. He is 34, to my knowledge. And I've heard of him, but I don't know that much about him. He was on Big Brother Canada along with Kevin Martin. That's presumably how they know each other. And now he plays poker. So I've lightly heard of him, but I don't really know him. Actually, I think he's 35 or 36. He's not 34, but whatever. Mid-30s guy. Am I interested in seeing John Pardy on this show? No. Are you likely interested in seeing John Pardy? Probably not either. Might he have a good personality for this? Yeah. Very possibly, but we don't really know him. He's not a big figure in the game. Like, he's less of a big figure than Abby Merck. At least Abby Merck is known to most people on poker social media. She stands out, even just from her looks. And she's been very involved in making content and all that. And, you remember her. You see this pretty 23-year-old blonde girl, of which there are not many of in the game of poker these days. You take notice, right? John Pardy is just a dude in his mid-30s. And, what has he really done in poker? So, yeah, I mean, he was on Big Brother Canada, but who's watched that? I haven't. Not even Big Brother US, Big Brother Canada. He has $144,000 in total Hendon Mob earnings. This goes back to 2019. So he's not someone who's a novice, but, it's not like he's crushing the tournament scene or anything. So he's number 2. Next, we have Gernader Jake, and that's a streamer. Gernader Jake, Jake. Gernader Jake. I have no idea who that is. I'm sure you don't know who that is. He's some kind of streamer. Again, I guess Kevin knows him, but Kevin's not making this for himself. He's making this for the rest of us. I guess he's a YouTuber. It's a channel that has 241,000 subscribers. And I don't know, it looks like a gaming channel. So, okay, I mean, I guess if you're into the stuff that he's into and you subscribe to his channel, you might know him, but he's not a gigantic YouTuber. 241,000 subscribers is good, but that doesn't make you a household name on YouTube, not even close. There's a lot of people with that type of subscriber count on YouTube. So he has probably a following in the form of gaming that he does, but he's not a poker player. I have no idea who the hell he is, and I bet you don't either, and I bet you don't care about him. So that, again, is not going to attract a lot of interest from people in poker. How about Ali Cabrici? Have you heard of him? The great poker pro Ali Cabrici? I bet you haven't. I have not either. I have no idea who that is. He is also from Canada, big surprise, and I don't know anything about him. I don't think anyone does. I don't even see a Hendon Mob for him. He may not even have any tournament results. Then we also have Hisham El-Khouly. That Hisham is Hesham, and then his last name El-Khouly. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Elkhouly. Now, that reminds me a little bit of Elke, Bernard Grospillier, but it's not Elke. This is Hisham Elkhuli. This is Elkhuli, not Elke. He is known as Kiro Loves You, which I don't know what that means. I assume he's probably a YouTuber also. Yeah, he doesn't have much of a following on YouTube. He's about as popular on YouTube as I am, which isn't saying much. And taking a look at his page on Instagram, he has 13,000 followers, which isn't particularly exciting. So I don't know much about this guy. I don't know how much poker he plays. I see he's from LA. I have a lot more followers than he does on X. I don't know. Who is this? It's a picture of him playing poker on X, so we know he plays poker, but do we really know him? No. And then Haven Taylor. Haven Taylor is a female, so at least they get another female involved. I've never heard of her before. She is from Canada. She does have $569,000 worth of Hendon Mob caches, so at least she has a lot of tournament experience, and she is playing in the present as well. She played at the World Series in 25. She has a cash in April of 2026. And, she looks attractive. I don't know how old she is. She looks older than Abby Merck. She looks, I don't know, 30s, I guess, from the pictures I can see here. Again, I guess as someone among known players, then it could be interesting because she's female. But other than that, she's just some random female player from Canada who seems prolific enough to have 500-something thousand in Hendon Mob caches. So, whatever. The problem is these people aren't even active on poker social media. There's people who are very active on poker social media that people would know, even if they don't have, a lot of results. Abby Merck, for example. Abby Merck, her Hendon Mob is not very impressive. But people know who she is. So that's why I said that one is fine. She has $78K in earnings, and this is after a lot of trying. There's no way she's up in tournament poker. But she's the best known of these six, to poker pros at least. Maybe not in the spaces that they're known for, these people, but in poker she's best known. So I can't see how this is going to take anyone's interest. And there's people being very encouraging to Kevin, and I understand that because people want to be encouraging, because he's a pretty positive guy in most cases, and people want to encourage content. People don't want to be dicks and say, oh, this looks stupid, or who are these people, or this is going to fail. People aren't going to say that because that's kind of an asshole thing to say. And he put money into this, and he's also going to be funding the prize. And if this whole thing doesn't work out, he's going to be out, I don't know how much money, but probably a good deal. So this was his dream to do, and it's shitty to stomp on people's dreams. I'm not trying to do that here. Maybe I'll be wrong and this thing wildly succeeds. I will say that the trailer got a good reaction. People are saying, this looks interesting. I can't wait to see this. So there's a lot of positivity in response to his trailer, but that may just be people being nice. If it really translates to people watching it is in question. And even if it does, how is it going to make money? He said this is a business. This is not just a hobby. It's not like some rich guy who said, hey, I want to put on a reality show. I'll put up a $50K prize and I'll put some money into production and it'll make me happy just if I get a lot of viewers. I'll never make any money from this, but it'll make me happy and I can afford it. So let's say Bill Perkins put this on. Okay, Bill Perkins can afford it. So he wouldn't worry if this makes money or not. But Kevin Martin doesn't have that type of money. And I don't know how he's expecting this is going to generate money. But I really think what he's going to run into is that people are just not going to have interest after they watch the first episode and see it's a bunch of people they don't really know or care about. If it's Abby Merck and 5 Canadians they don't know, are they going to really want to turn it on again? Are they going to even get through the first episode? And I'm just being honest here. I'm being brutally honest. The thing about Game of Gold that GG Poker did is they got a lot of big names involved there. So that was a lot more interesting. Not everybody there was a huge name, and there were a few people who were totally unknown there. but it was mostly big and medium names in poker. This doesn't have any big names in poker. And I'm not even putting these people down. Like, if they had me on a show like this, I think it would only be of limited interest to people, me being there. Now, I am very active on poker social media, so anyone who follows poker social media is pretty aware of me, whether positively or negatively. So that would help. But am I a really big name in the game? No. And do I think everyone's going to want to tune in every day to see what happens with me? No. Am I someone that most people would want to see in a reality setting? Probably not. Yeah, you guys probably would, because you guys listen to me and know me, but I think the average person who's a poker fan, or even a poker fan on poker social media, is not thinking, oh, I want to see Todd in a reality show. So I'm not even saying that if I were there, that the show would be any more interesting. I'm just saying that you need players that people really want to see. And I don't think this has that. So no matter how interesting the show itself is, I think that's going to be something that really brings it down. So my prediction, and we'll see if I'm right, my prediction is people will watch it, people will have good things to say, people will say, oh, it was interesting, but it won't go anywhere beyond that. It's not going to be something people talk about or that people want to sponsor in the future. Or I think it's just going to be a one-and-done thing. So I give him credit for chasing his dream and actually doing it, putting it together. I mean, a lot of people have dreams about stuff they want to do, and it just stays in the dream phase, and they don't put out the effort or the money to actually do it. So props to Kevin for actually making this reality, because at worst, he does it. It doesn't make any money or people don't have interest, and that's it. And then he did it, at least, and he just doesn't continue. That's the worst. It's not like something terrible is going to happen other than he'll be out some money. I don't know his bankroll situation, but that's the worst result. It's not like something catastrophic or bad is going to happen. It's not like people are going to get cheated. And I think he funded it himself, so there's not really investors. So I don't want to crap on people who are putting out free content for the poker community at their own expense and providing free prizes. I think it's great that he's taking this chance and that he's self-funding and he's hoping everyone will like it. I feel a little bit bad doing this pre-review, assuming that it's not going to be what he's hoping it's going to be. It would be nicer and easier for me to say, wow, this is so exciting, I can't wait for this, you guys should all watch it, it's going to be great, this is going to be huge. And then when it doesn't, just kind of don't say anything. I mean, that would be the most polite way to do it, the easiest thing to do. I just think that he should have tried harder to get bigger names, and if he couldn't get them, just kind of give up on it. That would have been my approach if I were him. And I actually think he is well-liked enough to have gotten some names to be involved here. I think maybe he didn't want to venture outside his comfort zone as much as he should have. It seems like he was kind of inviting people from his same world. Canadians, people who are streamers, people into gaming. So it's easy to invite people that you already know, you're already friends with, but you have to ask, who's going to want to watch your friends? So, for his sake, I hope it works out. I'm not rooting for it to fail or anything. I have nothing against it. And I admire that he tried. And maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe it'll be a huge hit. Then I will have an egg on my face. But you know what? I am big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So if this is a wild success and it's on the way to making money and they're going to have more of this, and this time with sponsors, then I will come out and say, you know what? I underestimated this, and it's a huge hit, and I was foolish to have doubted this. We will see. Moving on, we will talk about the Heart Attack Grill. It is closing. I believe it's still open, but not for much longer. You may or may not have heard of the Heart Attack Grill in Las Vegas. Maybe you've even heard of the Heart Attack Grill in other locations. The Heart Attack Grill is a restaurant that is very proud of the fact that it's not good for you. It is specifically themed around being bad for you, being fattening, and as would be in the name, that it is going to bring on a heart attack. In fact, they actually lived up to their name because someone actually had a heart attack after eating at the Heart Attack Grill. This really did happen. In 2013, a regular at the Heart Attack Grill had just eaten there, and he was either 53 or 54 years old, and he was waiting to take the bus back to wherever he lived, and he actually had a heart attack and died. So they got to live up to their name. The restaurant is hospital themed, the Heart Attack Grill, so it's like you had a heart attack and you're going to go into the hospital. The waitresses wear nurse outfits, and they encourage that each visitor to the grill, each of the customers, put on a hospital gown and wristband before ordering. I don't know what they do if you don't want to put those on. Now, they don't make you take all your clothes off and put that on like at the hospital, but they give you a hospital gown and wristband to put on. And if you don't finish your food there, you have the option to get spanked by one of the nurses. They actually carry around a paddle, and if you say, I'm too full, I can't finish this giant, heavy food you gave me, they will ask you if you want to get a spanking for not finishing your food. And apparently these girls spank pretty hard. Apparently they hit you harder with a paddle than you'd expect. You feel it for a while. Now, I haven't done this personally. I've never been there personally, but this is what I've heard. So this gimmick worked for a while. It's located in downtown LA in the area that's called the Neonopolis in downtown Vegas. And they've had other locations. In fact, the original Heart Attack Grill was not in Vegas. The original location was in Chandler, Arizona, which is in Greater Phoenix. And they expanded to various locations, all of which eventually failed, including that original Chandler location, aside from the one in downtown Las Vegas, which is now going to be closing as well. The founder of the Heart Attack Grill is named John Basso, B-A-S-S-O, and the Las Vegas location of it, which again is downtown, opened in October 2011. So basically, it looked like this Basso guy wanted to move to Vegas, and he shut down both the Arizona location and a Dallas location. Both of those closed in 2011. And right after the Dallas location closed, he moved to Las Vegas in October 2011. And that is the one that has existed for almost 15 years and is going to be closing. They did open another one in Las Vegas on the Strip, and that failed. So that opened and closed fairly quickly. In 2011, before the Vegas location opened, they had a spokesman they hired. The guy called himself Blair River, but I don't think that was his real name. He weighed 575 pounds. He was only 29 years old, and he died of complications of pneumonia. Now, this was not a result of anything he ate there, and I'm assuming that he was susceptible to death from pneumonia at a young age of 29 because of his 575-pound weight. When you weigh that much, then you are really susceptible to a lot of things killing you. The human body is not supposed to weigh that much. So he died at 29 from pneumonia. They probably seeked him out because he was so big. They probably were looking for someone who looked like they were gigantic, and they could show some really huge, unhealthy-looking person and say, hey, look how fattening our food is. Look, this guy's our spokesman. I'm sure that was the joke. So it was probably less funny when he died at age 29. They have names of the food like the triple bypass burger. In fact, someone ate the triple bypass burger and then actually had a heart attack. This person did not die, but he actually did have to be taken out of the restaurant, unlike the guy who did die the next year at the bus stop. This person actually had the heart attack in the restaurant, and the customers thought this was a gimmick. They thought this was just an act that was part of the whole experience there. So people started taking photos of the poor guy who was on the ground dying of a heart attack, and fortunately, they took him to the hospital and everything was fine. I don't know if that person's still alive today. Some people have criticized the Heart Attack Grill for promoting unhealthy eating and for making light of the fact that eating very fattening food can cause major health problems. They actually are proud of it. And others have criticized them for sexualizing the waitresses because the nurse outfits they're wearing are of the sexy nurse variety, the type you'd see on Halloween, and don't just look like the nurses you'd see if you end up in the hospital. So there have been those who have said the place is tacky or is degrading to women or is glorifying unhealthy habits. I don't really see these as valid criticisms. I don't think anyone's going to go to the Heart Attack Grill and then develop terrible eating habits or think that this is an example of how to live. If anything, it's making it clear to people that if you eat like this, it can be dangerous. It's kind of saying, you can have this here as a gimmick, but if you're calling it the triple bypass burger, that's kind of implying if you eat this way all the time, that's what you're going to get. So I don't think this is something that should have been really the subject of much criticism other than those who were too sensitive. The food was fairly expensive there. I know everything's gone up, especially beef, so it does make sense why it looked expensive to me when I was looking at the menus. But you're basically getting like very expensive, large burgers. So it's not even like you're going somewhere and getting cheap downtown food that's just unhealthy and they're making light of it. It also was quite expensive, which I think might have been the reason or one of the reasons that they're struggling there. But again, ever since COVID, the price of beef has gone way up. So this has been tough on restaurants that count on serving beef because they had to raise their prices, but if they raise it too much, people don't want to come. So the profit margins are less, so that probably was affecting them too, and that's a problem that exists to this day. Anyway, let's get to the whole closure thing. That's pretty interesting in of itself. If you would like to see the statement from the Heart Attack Grill regarding its upcoming closure, you can go right to their website, heartattackgrill.com, exactly as it sounds. And you will see a big statement put in red print. It says Heart Attack Grill at the top. And then in smaller but still fairly large print, it says, the Heart Attack Grill will not be renewing its long-term lease. This decision stems from the reality that major casinos have intentionally priced the average person out of the quintessential American experience of affordable indulgence. The soul of Las Vegas has been replaced by corporate greed. Now, okay, you've probably heard this a lot recently. People saying that the middle class has been priced out of taking Vegas trips. That everything in Vegas is just too expensive, especially the food. That casinos are greedy. That they nickel and dime you. You've probably heard that the corporations have ruined Las Vegas, a lot of people have been saying. So he's not saying anything that hasn't been said in the last several years, but you can tell this is leading up to the reason that they're closing. He wrote, our core value, eat big and laugh loud, no longer fits a city peddling $40 artisanal avocado toast. The honest, heavy-duty calories that built our reputation are now considered gauche by a city that has excluded the middle class and lost its swagger in the process. Now, by the way, there have been attempts to search for this artisanal avocado toast for $40 that he's criticizing, and nobody can find it. So it looks like he just made this up. He just made up something that sounds real that might be at a fancy or wannabe fancy Vegas Strip restaurant. That sounds ridiculous, but it's a figment of his imagination, it appears. We're proud of our 21-year impact on America's waistline. The obesity rate has risen from 30% when we opened in 2005 to nearly 45% today. And we pat ourselves on the back for leading the charge. For those loyal to Heart Attack Grill, do not despair. This is not the end of the world's most controversial restaurant. It's merely the beginning of a new chapter. Yeah, I don't believe that. When you're closing your final location, when every other location you've had has failed, and you finally had one that was doing well enough to stay open for nearly 15 years, and then you're closing that down, that's usually the sign that it's over. You may try to reopen somewhere else, but it's probably not going to work. If your best location is now also failing, it's probably not going to work. So it's not the beginning of a new chapter, but maybe it is, but I don't think you're going to see much of this Heart Attack Grill anymore. He went on to write, "We are seeking new opportunities to continue our high-calorie mission. We look forward to finding new communities that still appreciate a bypass burger and the freedom to feast without apology." I'm going to play you a little segment about this on Fox 5 Las Vegas, which features the owner.
And in a shocking move, one of the big restaurants there has closed its doors suddenly. That would be the Heart Attack Grill, which has attracted Fremont Street patrons with its hospital-themed gimmicks and massive burgers for 15 years.
But the owner of the restaurant announced yesterday that he is closing the doors for good. Fox 5's Evan Leake talked with him about the fiery message he shared about why he felt it is time to shut down.
A lot of passion and emotion coming from John Basso after his decision to close the Heart Attack Grill, what has literally been a cornerstone at Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street inside Neontopolis since 2011, a decision that John says comes down to the best interest of not just himself, but the people that he serves.
I've seen it on TikTok. If you 350 pounds, you get to eat free.
Yeah, that's another thing I forgot to mention. They have on their sign outside, and they're serious about it, that if you weigh 350 or more, you get to eat free there. I've gotten fat recently. I'm nowhere near 350. And as much as it would be nice to eat there for free, I don't want to get to 350. I think that would be pretty bad for me. The guy they're interviewing is pretty fat, but I don't think he's 350 because he's short. So I don't know how fat this guy is. But he's probably not 350. Maybe he is, and he's just carrying it well. I love how the guy from Channel 5 who's on location called it the Neontopolis. There is no Neontopolis. It's the Neonopolis. But okay, let's go on here.
I was hoping I'd get to eat free.
Tourists turning up to Fremont Street finding out the Heart Attack Grill has closed its doors. An unexpected and passionate announcement made by the restaurant's owner, John Basso, on Monday.
It's really strange to be talking to you right now because I don't have the lab coat on. I don't have the stethoscope. I'm not Dr. John right now.
Dr. John, Basso's restaurant persona for more than 2 decades, is no more, along with the restaurant. A move Basso attributes to a changing culture in Las Vegas.
Maybe it is closed now. I've been unclear whether it's actually closed. It's like Google's listing it as open, but then I see a permanently closed sign that quickly appeared on TV there. So I'm not sure.
It's the pandemic.
When we came out of COVID, suddenly the big bosses in the corporate casino culture changed the game. They needed to make up some money that they had lost, and it was by playing catch-up ball, in my opinion, they decided to go for the whales rather than the regular folks.
Now, that part's true, sort of. It wasn't to make up money they lost during COVID. It was that they came to realization when they reopened during COVID, and they had a skeleton staff, and they realized people came anyway. They realized they could provide a lot fewer services and get by with a lot fewer employees, and people would still come. So they were saving a lot on labor and on other things. And they're cutting things down in hours. They were really just changing the way they operate and figured, hey, we're going to still get the same crowd we were before, or at least close to the same crowd, so it's worth making these cutbacks. And then, yes, they were getting fewer and fewer people, as has been described recently, but as he mentioned, they're surviving by really doing a lot to appeal to the very big bettors there and bring them in. And that's made up for the loss of the number of hotel rooms that are filled compared to before, because the whales are making them more money than before. So what he's saying is true, but what does this have to do with the Heart Attack Grill downtown? Really nothing.
Basso told Fox 5 he feels the average person has been priced out of Las Vegas. The decision to not renew his lease for Heart Attack Grill stems from not wanting to follow suit.
But I did not like overcharging people. And every month you had to look at it and say, gosh, we've got to raise prices. And you do it a couple times, it bothers you. When you're faced with doing that repetitively, I want nothing to do with it.
I think that's super awesome that he respects people's money and like that. And, you know, he doesn't overcharge everybody.
I like this guy downtown. He falls for, I respect that he ain't raising the prices. I respect that you don't want to overcharge nobody. Yep, I respect him for that. You know, he watching our wallets. He watching our dough. Yep. No, I do believe he didn't want to raise prices, because when you raise prices, then people say, oh my God, I don't want to pay this for a hamburger, and they go somewhere else. So if you raise prices too much, you will drive people away and your business will fail. And that's actually what happened. I do think that this really isn't his fault in that sense. Probably the higher prices he's charging have to do with the inflation, especially when it comes to beef. That's what I think is what killed the place. I don't believe it has to do with the large casinos. It just doesn't really follow. He's trying to say the large casinos have just pushed out the middle class, and so there's just not enough people coming in to go to his grill. But let me tell you where that argument fails. He's downtown. The large casinos he's talking about are on the Strip. I have to imagine he's not getting a whole lot of visitors from the Strip. Yeah, maybe a few who come to visit downtown and then see the Heart Attack Grill and go in. But I have to imagine that the vast majority of visitors that the Heart Attack Grill was getting were ones that were downtown and would walk by and see it and think it was interesting and go in. And it is kind of interesting on the outside. Not only do they have that big sign about the 350 pounds plus eat for free, but he actually has a sign on there, fighting anorexia since 2005. Then send hate mail to, and he puts the address of the Heart Attack Grill where you can actually send him hate mail. So he's got a good sense of humor about all these things. A lot of this is self-effacing. And it was a clever gimmick for a while, but the problem is that the prices just went up too much. And I think the downtown crowd, which doesn't have as much money as those who were on the Strip typically, they didn't want to pay well over $20 to eat a burger. I think that's what did it. I do think that the price increases were probably out of necessity, where he felt if he didn't, that he just couldn't make a profit. So I feel for him there. But this doesn't have to do with what the Strip is doing. This doesn't have to do with the Strip's fewer people coming or the prices they're charging or anything like that. This is blaming third parties that really have nothing to do with the situation.
And I think that's a great thing, personally.
Basso is still in the burger game, working with his family at his other restaurant in town, Snappy's. While he's grateful for what the Heart Attack Grill was, he tells us he's happier to serve food at what he feels is a reasonable price.
We make the best burger we can, and we keep the prices low. And I couldn't do that in the tourist sector.
Okay, so I'm starting to understand more from watching this here. So I'm watching this for the first time. I just noticed this. He added this to his webpage. That's where I found it. I actually just thought I was going to the webpage to read it to you, and then he put a link to this. He put an embedded YouTube there where I can just play it from his page. So this is the first time I'm seeing it. So I'm actually learning along with you here. So it looks like, to me, it's probably a combination of the beef prices going up and that the rent at the Neonopolis is higher than just at some random location in Vegas. And that makes sense, right? Just like if it's just some place for locals, he can rent the space a lot cheaper than this restaurant that he put there in Neapolis. So, okay. It makes sense why he had to raise the prices and why people weren't going for it. And downtown is mostly lower middle class people, to be honest. There are some people who are middle class and above that go there, but it's mostly lower middle class people. They probably just couldn't bring themselves to pay that type of money for burgers. That's really what happened here. And I think he doesn't want to accept that.
It's not possible.
John did tell me that the Heart Attack Grill isn't necessarily gone for good. He has had investors reach out trying to see if they can bring it back. So he did tell me that Dr. John may come back, the Heart Attack Grill may come back, as long as it's under his terms to best serve customers.
What?
Reporting outside the Fremont Street Experience, I'm Evan Leake for Fox 5 News.
It can be nice when you have someone who's very dedicated to their business and doesn't want to compromise what people like about it. But how do you say you're going to come back only under your terms when your restaurant has to close because it's not profitable? At that point, you really have to bend a little bit and come back on somebody else's terms somewhat. Or otherwise, you're not going to be able to come back. Like, you can't really make demands when you've got a losing business. At that point, you have to do whatever you can to stay open or reopen. Now, there's more to the story, however. Vital Vegas took an interest in this, and he somehow talked to the owner of Neonopolis. Now, Neonopolis is downtown. It's on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont. So if you've been downtown, you've probably seen the Neonopolis. It's a big area of a lot of different stores and restaurants. And Heart Attack Grill was part of it. The owner's name is Rohit Joshi, and he said, according to Vital Vegas, that Heart Attack Grill has been in the red, meaning it's losing money for the past year. So how would Vital Vegas know this? How would Rohit Joshi know this? Well, something a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of times these restaurants are operating under terms where the owner of the property is receiving a portion of either the profits or the revenue of the restaurant. Now, why would a restaurant ever agree to this? Well, because it cheapens their rent. So if a restaurant says, look, I can't afford the high rent you're going to charge me for this space, then they can work out a deal where the owner actually gets a piece of the action. He doesn't own anything of the restaurant, but he gets a piece of what they take in. Sometimes it's profit, sometimes it's just gross revenue. So my guess is here that Rohit Joshi probably was receiving, or supposed to be receiving, a piece of the profit. And probably for the past year, the owner of Heart Attack Grill went to him and said, sorry, I have been in the red for this entire year, so therefore, I am paying you
0.0.
And I'm sure he had rent also. I'm sure he wasn't just paying a piece of the profit. But I think that the owner of Neonopolis was displeased with this statement because it starts out saying that they'll not be renewing their long-term lease and that they have been intentionally priced out. And that corporate greed is the reason that Heart Attack Grill is not renewing its lease. So this isn't directly blaming Neonopolis, but it seems to be partially blaming them. Like the cost of being there has gone up so much that they can't continue to be there. They're not renewing the lease. They're not directly saying that, but Neonopolis wanted it clear that this is not their fault. And they're saying, look, the reason they're going away is not because their rent is being raised, which I don't know if it is or not. They're not really clear about this in the statement. But it's not because of that. It's just because it's losing money. It's been losing money for the past year, and the guy has to shut down. And I believe that. And if you listen to what he said in that interview on Channel 5, that would support that. In fact, he didn't even mention the rent. If it was doing well, but the rent was raised to where they can't be profitable anymore, I think he would have said so. So this is really just a case of a restaurant which was profitable before not being anymore because of things that change. Could also be that they're not getting as much traffic as they were before. Could be that people have just kind of moved on from wanting to eat that type of food. Maybe the whole joke about, look how unhealthy this is, maybe that's not landing with people anymore. Maybe people don't want to go there. Maybe it kind of scares them. You see the triple bypass burger, you think, shit, I don't want to eat something called that. I don't want to think about how I might get a heart attack from eating this. I don't like a grill that's centered around being unhealthy. I mean, I kind of am unhealthy, but I don't want to intentionally do it. I don't want to think about it as I'm eating. There's probably people who will see that and find it unappealing. So anyway, it appears they are closed from what I saw with that permanently closed sign on the doors in that TV article. So I would have known that beforehand, but I hadn't seen this until he just added that recently to his webpage. But you can see it all for yourself right on heartattackgrill.com. So I guess RIP the Heart Attack Grill. I never went there, but it was something that was known to be a piece of downtown Vegas, kind of infamous thing over there, and now it is gone. Sometimes I will do stories on this show about Advantage players. I do have Advantage players who listen to this show regularly. I've actually made friends with some Advantage players who have gotten to know me through being listeners of this show. I will sometimes do Advantage play myself. I have a lot of respect for the Advantage play world. I also have a lot of understanding of the Advantage play world because I'm kind of like adjacent to it. In fact, my Vegas Casino Talk forum is mostly for Casino Advantage players. So while I'm not like a full-time Advantage player or anything, as I said, I'm adjacent to that whole world and kind of on and off part of it. So I'm never going to be the guy who bashes Advantage players or says that Advantage play is bad or unethical. I don't believe it is. I believe the casinos will try everything they can within the bounds of the law and sometimes even beyond that to separate people from their money and to take advantage of problem gamblers. So while I don't think they should be illegal, I also don't think that you should ever feel sorry for casinos when people turn it around on them and find ways to beat them. And I'm not talking about outright cheaters or thieves or things like that. I'm talking about ones who find within the parameters of the law ways to legally beat the casinos at their own game. I think that's great. I have a lot of respect for anyone who does that. And, I'm never going to be the one who says that's bad or it's against the rules, you shouldn't do this, blah, blah, blah. I'm not that guy. And I think listening to me here, you understand that. However, I'm also not the guy who instantly takes the side of a player against a casino when he has a complaint about how a casino has treated him. And sometimes it's kind of in the middle. Sometimes I see fault on both sides, or sometimes I see there's fault on the casino side mostly or completely, but the player should have known that he was walking right into it. It's kind of like along the lines of, I could walk through a very rough neighborhood with a lot of crime with thousands of dollars sticking out of my pockets and have it very visible I'm walking with a lot of cash. And if I got mugged, it would be illegal, it would be unfair, it would be very bad, and the muggers would deserve to go to prison. However, I would also be stupid to do that. I'm sure you would agree. So I don't like to victim blame either, but sometimes you have to see bad things coming, even if they're not right, even if they shouldn't happen. If you know they probably will, you're smart to avoid them. And sometimes Advantage players are not that smart in that sense. Sometimes they'll walk right into something that is likely to end badly just because they believe it's their right to have it not end badly. And then when things don't go well for them, then they cry foul. So I'm not on the casino side there, but at the same time, I think, maybe this person should have known better. So this is one of those cases that I kind of feel that way. But I'm going to go over it with you, and I'll explain why I think that. So a guy who calls himself Quattro AP posted a video about something that happened at a casino in Louisiana. This casino was called Boomtown New Orleans, so it is in New Orleans, where there's a number of casinos. So he had a bad experience there, and he got a lot of it on video, and he got a lot of his subsequent conversations on video, and he claims, and I actually agree with him, that what they were doing there was illegal and also immoral. And I'm on his side and all that. I actually think he is in the right here. But I will also discuss why he shouldn't have done some of this. So let's play what was going on here. I'm going to play the video and stop it every so often.
So there I was, doing my thing, traveling through the states, playing blackjack at every casino I passed until they kicked me out. Basically, everything was normal. Eventually, I ended up in the lovely state of Louisiana. Seriously, this place is so cool. What's not cool is a little spot called Boomtown in New Orleans. Now, I had been here before and had been asked to not play blackjack, which is all standard procedure.
Okay, right there we have a problem. So he's been to Boomtown before in New Orleans, and they caught him card counting, and they said, don't play blackjack here again. And then he left, presumably. So now he's back. I don't know when this happened, but at some time, probably not too long ago, he already got booted out of the blackjack game for card counting. So once that happens, and when you come back, you are already going to be risking a tense situation. So let's go on here.
One thing to note is that the law in Louisiana states a person may not be excluded from a gaming establishment for reasons based solely on the skill level of the person. So while they technically can tell me to not play blackjack, trespassing me is completely illegal and I had every right to be here. Naturally, as a card counter, I'm going to try to play blackjack again.
Okay, so this is, again, already a problem. The law in Louisiana, apparently, and I didn't even know this, but apparently the law in Louisiana, I'll take his word for it, is that they can boot you out of the blackjack game, they just can't kick you out of the entire casino. Atlantic City, they can't even kick you out of the blackjack game. They can take other countermeasures, but they can't say stop playing blackjack, even if they know you're card counting, even if you say, hey, guess what, I'm a card counter. They cannot make you stop playing blackjack. In Louisiana, they can, but they can't make you leave the casino. And in places like Nevada and many other states, they can just outright remove you from the casino if they want and tell you can never come back or you will be arrested. So he felt emboldened to come back and try again since they cannot legally exclude him from the casino for this reason. So even though they told him he can't play blackjack, the worst they can do is kick him out again. So he figured, let me give it another shot, which is fine, but he has to understand he's taking a risk here.
It's up to them to recognize me and tell me to stop. This is completely normal, and I've done it hundreds of times up until this point at other casinos. Because this is a future session from where I'm currently at on my main video series, I'm going to leave out the session win or loss so I don't spoil it. One thing I'll say is, this session didn't last long. It was a double-deck game, so the count moved quickly, and before I knew it, we were well into the positive counts. After some initial bets of a few hundred and losing a bet of 1,000, I bought in to fund 2 hands of 1,000.
Okay, so what he's describing here, for those of you that don't understand blackjack card counting, when he says the count is high, that means a lot of low cards rolled out compared to the number of high cards that came out. The basics of card counting is you're comparing the number of low cards compared to the number of high cards that you've seen, not just in your hand, but just every card that's been exposed on the table. And then when you've determined that there's a lot more high cards left in the deck compared to low cards, at that point the player automatically has an edge. So that's the very basics of card counting. So the count being high means that it's in that state. There's a lot more high cards left compared to low cards. And the reason that's advantageous, it's really twofold. Number one is that blackjack pays 3-2, at least if you're playing on a 3-2 table, which you should if you're a card counter. And if the dealer gets blackjack, which should happen just as often as happens to you on average, because you and the dealer have the same chance of getting blackjack, that you'll get paid 3-2, but the dealer will get paid only 1-1. So if you and the dealer traded blackjacks, you get it this hand, they get it next hand, you get it this hand, they get it next hand, you'd make a lot of money because you're making an extra half bet each time. So that's one of the reasons, because, of course, you have a much higher chance to get dealt blackjack when there's much more high cards left in the deck compared to low cards. The second reason is that you going first before the dealer is less of a disadvantage when it's more predictable what's coming. So when you're hoping that you're standing with less than 17, let's say you have 15, hard 15, and the dealer is showing a 6, you're not going to hit it. You're going to stand hoping that the dealer busts. And you have a much higher chance that they're going to bust if there's a lot of 10s left in the deck compared to a lot of low cards where they can easily draw to 17 and stop and beat you. So those are the two reasons why it's advantageous for the player to have a lot of high cards left in the deck compared to low cards, even if you don't modify anything else in your game, because there are strategy adjustments too. But even without the strategy adjustments, you are at an advantage, and everyone at the table is at an advantage. They just don't know the difference. So when you're at an advantage, then you raise your bets temporarily until that advantage goes away. So he's saying here that the count got high. He raised his bet all the way to $1,000, lost the hand, which can happen. There's a lot of variance in this. And then he rebought for $2,000 because the count is still high. Now, that's fine, but again, this is going to attract attention. You walk into a small place like Boomtown, and you're already betting a few hundred a hand, then you raise it to $1,000, then you lose to go bust, and then you rebuy with $2,000. They're going to say, okay, this guy's not our average player here, so we're going to watch him. The higher you play, the more they're going to watch you. So they're already watching him real closely here.
This means the true count was 6 or higher, which is a very advantageous situation for the player.
So what the dealer yelled is table max, basically saying that he's betting the very most that he's allowed to at the table. And she's instructed, like most dealers are, to call this out when it happens so they can watch more closely. So then they deal him 2 20s, which of course is very nice for him to see. That's what you're hoping for. The heartache is when you're dealt something like 16 or even 17, and then the dealer's holding a 10, and you're like, crap, there's such a high chance they have another 10 under there because the count is high, so it's just painful. But it's beautiful when you're dealt blackjack and then the dealer doesn't have a blackjack, or even when you're dealt 20 and the dealer doesn't have a blackjack, then you've got a pretty good chance of winning and maybe tying, but you're sitting relatively pretty when that happens, when you have 2 big bets out there. He's playing 2 spots, and he's getting 2 20s dealt to him. So that's what's happened here.
What's calling you?
The cards are out.
Stop, period. Just stop.
So now he's told that they have to stop. The pit boss comes over, female pit boss, and says, just stop here. So he says the cards are out. So what he's trying to say, and he's correct, that once they've dealt the cards, he's put his money out, and they're saying stop, they have to complete the hand. After the hand's over, they can kick him from the game and say no more blackjack for you, but they can't invalidate the hand. Otherwise, they could totally take advantage of this. Otherwise, if he's dealt 2 16s, then they could let the hand play out because he's a big favorite to lose here. But with 2 20s, he's a big favorite to win, so they're not allowed to pick and choose when they just stop you mid-hand. They have to let you complete the hand, and then after the hand, they can kick you out of the game if they want. So that's why you're trying to say, they've already dealt the cards, we can't stop. We can stop after the hand, we can't stop right now.
Not that it makes much of a difference, but keep in mind that both of my hands, as well as the dealers, all were dealt 2 cards when the pit boss stopped the play. I'm sitting there with 2 hands of 1,000, both dealt 20s. I'm in a great spot.
Stop, period. Stop, period.
How you doing? Good, you? Like we gone?
So at this point, they've stopped, and the other player's like, oh, what's going on here? Like, what's happening? How are you doing? Nobody knows why this has just been paused. And so they haven't taken the bets away or the cards away, but it's just paused, and he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand why they don't just finish this.
We'll see. They're pausing the game for now. I don't know.
What, because the money you doing?
Maybe. We'll see.
600 a hand?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 1,000.
You going to be doing 2 hands or?
This is probably my last hand.
You win, huh?
Yeah.
That's him talking to the guy next to him. It's not very important. So now the manager's coming over. So the pit boss just paused it. And he's thinking, okay, they're going to tell me this is my last hand, and then I'm going to be gone. I'm probably going to win this, and I'm going to be gone. But whatever, at least I'm probably going to walk away a winner, and that'll be it for me. Then the manager comes over, and something unexpected happens.
You gotta kill those hands.
No, the cards came out.
Kill them.
I'll call the gaming commission if you kill these hands.
Call them. You're not supposed to be in here. Kill those hands.
I was never...
So the manager is saying, kill those hands. You're not supposed to be in here. He says, I'll call the gaming commission, the player. And the manager says, call him. You're not supposed to be here.
Trespass. You gotta be fucking joking, man.
No.
You gotta be
Good
kidding me.
advantage player. You know you're not supposed to be here.
I'm not fucking trespass. That's bullshit. That is a...
Notice how he said, I'm not supposed to be in here, which is a complete lie. Barring me from here based on my skill would be illegal. I just barely missed the dealer's undercard on my camera, but this lady who was sitting at spot 5 came up to me afterwards and told me it was a 9. My two 20s would have beaten the dealer's 19. Even if this lady wasn't being truthful, it's beside the point. I placed the bets, cards were dealt, and the hands legally should have been played out. I guarantee if I was sitting there with a 13 and a 16 versus dealer's 10, the manager would have allowed the play to continue. It's only because I was sitting there with 2 winning hands that he did this. If we take the lady at her word, my 2 hands of 1,000 were both winners, and by killing those hands, the casino robbed me of $2,000. I wasn't going to roll over and take it, so I immediately got to work trying to contact the gaming commission. They're supposed to oversee things like this and hold the casinos accountable when they break the law. If you guys want to learn how to play like I do, you need to check out AP Toolbox. I just released cards and trained. It's since been updated. Would be indisputable. No,
just
my claims of their. But I figured it was a good idea to at least get confirmation of the dealer's undercard. At this point in time, the lady at spot 5 hadn't talked to me yet, so I had no idea what it was. I checked my footage, and as you saw, it was just barely out of frame. In my eyes, if there was video proof that the dealer's undercard wasn't a 10 or an ace, my claims of their theft would be indisputable no matter who was looking at it.
Just a question for you guys. Do you remember what she had, her undercard? Can we call and ask?
But we didn't really look at the card. We just folded them over.
It was flipped though.
I know. He literally kept them down.
Yeah, but can we check the foot?
Yeah, they're trying to say that they didn't look at what the dealer's other card was. The dealer had a 10 up, but someone at the table said they quickly saw a 9 before they put him all away, in which he would have instantly won both hands, 20-19. But, of course, he's just taking the word of one person who may not have been telling the truth. Probably was, but, you don't know for sure. So he went and asked them, do you guys see what it is? And they're all denying it, saying they have no idea what it was, and they just put the cards away quickly, and they don't know.
It's I'm trying to get information from my complaint.
You never look at the hand. She kept them down and just turned.
No, she motioned to flip it. Can we not ask? No, because this is a serious deal. What you guys did was completely illegal, and I'm trying to be civil with you guys, but that was completely illegal what you did. You just robbed me of $2,000. So,
I didn't do anything.
Well, your decision made by you guys. So if you could call, that would be nice. Otherwise, I'll get the gaming. You're not going to help me out here? Please, I would like to see the footage of what she had, if it's even worth pursuing. Well, they can check and tell me what she had.
You know how to work?
No, one sec. What's that? Lovely. Okay, thank you. I got to get out of here, though, man. Good luck, Phil.
So in addition to stealing from me, they didn't want to assist me in gathering evidence of their crimes, which I guess makes sense.
Yeah, they're never going to do that. They're not required to do that. They're not going to do what they are not required to do. Now, if the gaming commission demands to see it, or demands to see the footage, then they can see it. But there's no way a casino is ever going to either show you the footage or tell you, hey, we saw it. Oh, yeah, we did screw you out of $2,000. Sorry. They're not going to do that.
I had to call it here for the night, so I went and played some other spots in the area. In the morning, after getting transferred 5 times, I finally got someone on the phone who could help me. I learned that the Gaming Commission is a division of the state police here in Louisiana, and I was put in contact with a state trooper who handled gaming-related disputes, specifically at Boomtown. She told me I needed to file a patron dispute form, which would open up an investigation with the Gaming Commission. To file said form, I needed to go back to Boomtown and get it from their security team. It would have been nice to know that last night.
Did you fill out a patron dispute form?
I did not. Where would I get that?
Okay, whenever there is a dispute, if you are in disagreement with payment or whatever with the casino, you tell the casino, I would like to get state police involved. At that moment, they are to give you a dispute form to fill out, and then the complaint will be investigated.
So it seems like they may have broken another law by not getting me a patron dispute form once I said I wanted to involve the Gaming Commission. It seems like they were just relying on my ignorance and hoping I wouldn't do anything about this. Let's go get that dispute form.
Excuse me. You're the pit boss today?
Phenom manager.
Okay. We've never met.
I met you before.
Well, we've never formally met.
So this is a different guy. The person who booted him the day before, that manager, I guess this wasn't the same as this casino manager. So the one who said you're an advantage player, get out, you're not supposed to be here. That's a different person than here, the following day. This manager, who I guess was also acting as a pit boss for the moment, said that he's met this guy before, this advantage player, at a different casino and was familiar with him.
Yeah.
I'd like to file out a patron dispute form for what happened last night.
That's fine.
You
should have stopped at security.
Yeah, but I don't know any of this stuff. I'm not you guys, so.
Are you? The game is already aware of all of it.
Where do I get that?
You got a blue ink pen?
Pardon me?
You got a blue ink pen?
A what pen, sorry?
Blue ink pen.
No, I don't. Thank you.
You from Alberta, right?
Yeah.
You ever played in Michigan?
Yeah.
You played in Greektown?
Yeah.
You don't remember me?
Tried to.
I know.
No, I don't. I got backed off by a younger guy, like a white guy.
Yeah.
I don't remember, you know.
So that's our same property.
Okay.
So basically, this guy used to work at Greektown in Michigan, and he was familiar with this advantage player. He wasn't the one who personally backed him off, because the advantage player remembered that he was backed off by a young guy, and this manager is not young. But apparently, I guess he was probably the one directing it to happen. So he thought that he had met this advantage player before, which he probably didn't. He probably misremembered. He probably remembered seeing him and directing him to be booted, but didn't actually meet him. But whatever. Then they go through this thing with, getting a pen and filling it out, and him trying to find a place to fill it out. And I won't play that part because it's not that exciting. Skip a little bit here.
They got that right there. I'm a casino manager now. We're working that area.
Yeah, that works for me. So do I give this to the cage or?
No, I'm taking this too. I got to write a statement, and then I'm going to give it to Damon myself.
So the manager's saying that he has to write a statement in response to this, and then give everything to gaming to make their decision.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Thanks for being civil.
I mean, it is what it is when it comes down on it. I had just got a photograph of you coming from the bird.
But at the end of the day, if the cards come out, that's what this is all about. Like, I'm not saying I shouldn't be let
but
play.
had you not been in here before and asked to leave because you were an advantage player?
I understand. I understand, but if I haven't been...
It's a gaming problem. We don't need to fall out.
But if I wasn't trespassed, of course I'm going to come back and try again, you know?
Okay, so let me stop it right here. What the manager was trying to say is, had we never booted you before, we would have let the hand finish and then kicked you. It's the fact that you came back after we said don't play blackjack anymore, and you came and played blackjack, we considered the hand to be invalid. Once we realize it's you, then we have a right to just end it right there. Which I don't believe is the case. But it does raise an interesting question. How long do you have to where you can come back and sit right back down and force them to deal you the hand? Let's think about that. So let's say they boot you right now, right at this moment. They boot you from a Louisiana casino, any Louisiana casino, boots you from the blackjack game. They can't kick you out entirely for card counting, but they can kick you out of the game. Even this guy agrees, this advantage player. So you get kicked out for card counting from this game. Let's say you walk to the bathroom and piss and wash your hands. You're back there in 2 minutes, and you sit back down and play. And it's a different dealer. They happen to have switched dealers then, so that dealer doesn't realize you've been booted, and the dealer deals you cards. Then the pit boss turns around and sees you're back there. If they stopped you at that point and said, no, you don't get to play through this hand. We told you to leave, and you left for 2 minutes and sat back down with a different dealer to try to continue. We're not letting you play this hand. Then it suddenly sounds a lot more reasonable, right? And what about an hour later? Well, that's not quite as bad as 2 minutes later, but again, someone was told you can't continue playing blackjack, and then you sneak back and play a short time later. Again, you do have to wonder if they are required to deal you cards, even if they've already dealt them to you. Or can they just void the hand because you're not supposed to be there and they're allowed to kick you out? Like, what does kicking you out of the game mean? Does it mean that you get to finish whatever hand you're still in if you come back? Or that if you sit down again in that game, any hand you play is just invalid and they can kill it? I think by the letter of the law, he's probably correct, that they probably just didn't cover this. They probably just said they can kick you out of the game, but they can't kick you out of the casino, and they didn't really cover, like, what if someone comes back and plays anyway, then what can they do? I think that just wasn't covered in the law. But this casino seems to believe that because he came back, that he wasn't entitled to any hands, even if it was in the middle of one that had been dealt. The problem with allowing casinos to do this is that they can pick and choose when to do it, as he pointed out. If he gets dealt a bad hand, they can let it play out and then boot him. If he gets dealt a good hand, then they can say, oh, sorry, we're invalidating the whole thing. So that's why this shouldn't be allowed and probably isn't allowed. But they seem to believe that gaming's probably going to take their side. So he was basically saying, this manager saying to this advantage player, that, no point for us to argue about this. We'll let gaming decide. If you had never been here before, we definitely would have let it finish. It's the fact that we kicked you out of the game before and you're right back at it. Yeah, maybe it was months or a year later or whatever it was, but you knew you weren't supposed to be in this game. You joined it anyway. And yes, we can kill it mid-hand for that reason. That's what we feel. You feel differently, so we'll let gaming decide and fill out the form. We'll both submit our own interpretation and we'll see what gaming says. That's what this manager's saying.
We don't really trust people for counting cards. We stop them from playing. You can come in here now and play anything you want to.
Yeah. But you understand I'm a professional. Like, I'm not going to play a game if I don't have the advantage. What this is all about is I travel around.
And my job is to keep you from having
I know that, but you weren't quick enough.
See, that's a weird line of discussion there. The casino is not going to respect that you're an advantage player. They're not going to say, oh, okay, well, that's what you do for a living. Well, okay, I understand that. The casinos hate advantage players. They're the enemy of the casinos. I understand why advantage players exist. Again, I've done advantage play myself. I respect advantage players. I'm just saying that they are the enemy of the casino. I've never once had a conversation with a casino ever. Hey, I'm an advantage player, so you got to understand my point of view. When I have had situations where I've been removed for any kind of advantage play, I've just said, okay. I've never tried to say, wait a minute, but listen to my side here. This is what I do. You've got to understand. Like, they're not going to understand. It's an adversarial relationship. So the manager is correct there that his job is to try to prevent the advantage play. So when someone says, we've kicked you out of the game before, you were told not to come back to this game, we can't remove you from the casino, but you were told you can't play blackjack anymore, and you came back and did it anyway. So we've decided just to invalidate any hand you come back to play. Your response should not be, well, I'm an advantage player. Of course I'm going to try. Like, what is that about? That's like the old story with the scorpion and the frog, where the scorpion stings the frog when the frog is bringing them both across the river, and the frog says, we're going to drown. We're both going to die now because you stung me. Why did you do it? And the scorpion says, well, it's in my nature. I have to sting you, even if it's going to kill us both. It's almost what this advantage player is saying here. Well, but I have to do it. You kicked me out, but you have to understand, I have to try, of course, because you can't trespass me. I have to try here.
That time is the problem.
I got you just in the nick of time. Had another card been exposed, I would have paid you.
Well, no, because I had my hands. But anyways, we could argue about it all day.
But take care.
Yes. Okay. All right, take care. Yeah.
So what he's saying here is, I guess he's the one who directed it and had a different manager boot him. Unless it's the same guy, I don't know. You don't get to see the faces, so you can't tell who's who. But it doesn't matter if he's the same guy as the day before or a different one who's directing it. He was saying that he stopped the hand just in the nick of time, that he's allowed to stop it before the dealer's hand is fully exposed. That had the dealer turned over the card and he beaten the dealer, like if that 9 really was the card, then they can't say at that point, okay, even though you have 2 20s and the dealer has a 19, we're just not paying you because you're not supposed to be here. But anytime in the middle of the hand, he can stop it. That's what this manager thinks. He thinks gaming's going to rule in his favor.
So the funny thing is, this guy thinks what he did was okay. How can you be the manager of a casino and not know that if even a single card is dealt to a bet, the agreement between casino and patron is set? What he did is equivalent to me pulling my bet back anytime I know I'm about to lose. I'm actually still baffled to this day that this guy thinks he was in the right. If you ever see him in the pit at any casino you're playing at, run. He doesn't know how to do his job and will waste your time by putting the responsibility on you to clean up after his misjudgments. All I could do now was hope he filed the complaint properly and wait for the Gaming Commission to contact me, which never happened. I tried calling back the trooper that I had gotten in contact with several times, and at first she said it was still being investigated. After about 2 weeks, she just stopped answering my calls entirely. I had to continue my trip. I can't just hang out at Boomtown New Orleans indefinitely, and I think they knew that. From my point of view, there seems to be some real corruption here. Or maybe it's just lazy people working for the Gaming Commission that don't give a shit about upholding their legal duties. There's nothing else I can do at this point. I've called many times and get no responses. Months have now passed. The legal fees to even attempt to pursue this aren't worth the money that was stolen from me, and they know that. So if any of you employees involved in this situation are watching right now, whether it be casino or police, I hope you like getting your illegal activities and negligence blasted to my audience. I bet you thought this would be easy to sweep under the rug, but here we are. I don't even want to get paid at this point. It's much more satisfying doing this.
I wouldn't feel that way if I were him. First of all, I think they're proud of this over there. They got away with it. And from watching this, do you think I would want to go to Boomtown and card count? No, because it sounds like they can break the law and the Gaming Commission does nothing about it. So I would be afraid now to card count at Boomtown. So it's keeping people away. This is actually a cautionary tale. Don't do this. So the people who are not going to go play there are not going to be the patrons they want anyway. They're actually happy to have those people stay away. I don't think they're going to lose very much business from this video. I don't even know how much this got as far as viewership, but I don't think they're going to have many players who are fish who are likely to lose or lose a lot at Boomtown who are going to say, well, I was going to come play here, but because you kicked out this advantage player in the middle of a hand when he returned after you said he couldn't come back anymore, well, that's it. I changed my mind. I don't think there's many people who are going to think that and change their mind about Boomtown when they're going to otherwise go there. I think it'll be other card counters that don't want to go there. So I don't think this is going to give very much satisfaction, and he's not showing anyone's faces. He's blurring out the faces. So who's this really shaming? I think they're very proud of themselves that they did this and got away with it. Now, why didn't the Gaming Commission follow this up? Because I do believe him that despite what that manager tried to claim, that he can stop it as long as the full result isn't known. I don't believe that's true. I think this card counter is correct that the second any card is dealt, even if just one card is dealt, that they have to complete that hand. Now, if he's playing 2 hands and they've dealt 1 card to hand number 1 and 0 cards to hand number 2, they can push away the bet from number 2 and say, take that back. We're not dealing that hand at all. We're going to finish this number 1 and that's it and you're gone. They could do that for sure. But any hand with cards in front of it, even 1 card, they have to complete it. So I think he's right about that. I'd be surprised if that manager was right. But given that's likely the case, why would he not have gotten contact from Louisiana Gaming? And how come when he tried to follow it up, they just kind of stalled him and pushed him away and just would never take action? Was it corruption? That's what he says. Or maybe they're just so stupid they don't understand the law? He thinks it's one of those two things. Well, I think neither is true. My guess is that he was not a sympathetic complainant. I think when gaming was made to understand what was happening, even though it was technically against the law what was done, they just didn't want to take action. The police do not have a duty to investigate everything you report to them. That's a common misconception. But a lot of people have come to believe that if a crime has been committed against them and they report it to the police, that the police have to do a full and complete investigation, and if the law was broken, then go after that person. And then people find the unfortunate reality that a lot of times the police will just brush it off and either not investigate or do a very poor and quick investigation, and nothing happens. And then attempts to force the investigation to happen are not successful. And that's because the police know they do not have a duty to investigate, that it's basically their choice. Now, if they choose not to investigate major crime, then that can be a big problem. Then it can be a very bad look. And there, I could understand where maybe some lawsuits could take place. Probably still not be successful. But still, nobody would want, like, for example, the police are just refusing to investigate a murder. If word got around about that, then the city officials would probably have to answer to the people about it once this story got out. But things like this, where they know that there's not much the guy can do, they know $2,000 is not enough money to justify getting an attorney. They know that he can't compel the Louisiana Gaming to investigate it. And Louisiana Gaming probably is on the side of the casino from a moral standpoint. Louisiana Gaming probably said, hey, look, this guy was told not to come back and play blackjack, and he came back and played blackjack. So F him. We're not going to help this guy. He did something he wasn't supposed to do. He was told, don't play blackjack. He understood he can't play blackjack. He came back anyway because he felt like it. And he's taking advantage of the law that they can't actually trespass him from the property, that he has to be allowed on property. So now he can just keep using that loophole to play blackjack until they catch him and always hide behind, oh, well, you've already dealt the cards, you have to finish the hand. So I bet gaming just said, forget this guy. We're not going to help him. He's not someone we're interested in helping or listening to. As soon as we realize that he's been there before and was already booted out of that game and he came back, he's not sympathetic to us, we're not going to help him. I'm sure that's what happened. Not 100% sure, but I think there's a high chance that's what happened. I don't really think that gaming was like, are they allowed to do that? Or maybe they're allowed to do that. Okay, I think the casino's right. I don't think that's what happened. It could have been, but I don't think it's what happened. Nor do I think that the casino's bribing gaming and getting them to look the other way. I really just think he was unsympathetic in this situation. And this is why you have to be careful as an advantage player how far you push the envelope. You can try, but you have to understand that you're going to have incidents like this occur that are not fair to you and that are often against the law, and they'll get away with it. So you've got to calculate that into the risk you are taking. I'm not going to criticize him for trying. That's up to him. But he has to accept when it doesn't go through and that these things are going to happen and that this was somewhat foreseeable. Especially because there is that question that's unanswered of if you walk away for 2 minutes and come back, then what happens? So what exactly is the threshold where they can stop the hand in the middle? Like what if every time you'd walk away and come back after 1 minute? Or you move to a different table where the dealer doesn't know. Like it's a lot of ways you could do it. Just keep coming back and back and back all day. They have to have some way to combat this. I'm sure that's their argument. So even if the law doesn't allow it, if gaming looks at this and says, this guy's not dealing in good faith, F him. So I think a lot of advantage players just don't have that type of awareness. They're going by, the law says such and such, and the casino broke it, and then gaming wouldn't help me. This sucks, everyone's corrupt. They don't stop and look and go, wait a minute. Just forget in theory what should happen. In reality, in real life, in a practical situation where this occurs, am I likely to be made whole here? Or is everyone going to look at me so badly that they're just going to ignore me and abuse my rights. And you never want the Gaming Commission to be looking at you like you're an asshole, because they're probably not going to help you then, in any situation. If he's aware of it and wants to take the chance, okay, I wouldn't personally do it, but if he wants to, fine. But if this happens, you can post about it on your YouTube, of course, and expose it, but you can't be that surprised, nor really cast yourself as much of a victim. I see this more of a cat and mouse game where he lost. Final topic, and then we will shut it down. Ethan Rampage Yao has been scammed again. And I'm sure that you are not surprised. If you've followed this show or followed him at all, it seems like he's constantly getting scammed. He seems like the biggest mark in poker, and he may actually be. He's a young guy, so it probably has to do with the fact that he is so naive. But you think he would have learned by now. This is now the fourth time he has been scammed since 2022, which is pretty bad. Maybe more than that. So it's the only thing he's talked about. But maybe it's more than that. In 2022, he announced that he had been scammed by former child actor Grayson Hunter Goss. Several people got scammed by Grayson Hunter Goss, and we talked about it on this show, I think in 2023. But Rampage told his story. It wasn't big money. I think he was scammed by for $20K, which, it's not nothing, but it's not anything like what he got hit for later. In 2023, a guy named Dustin Aab, AAB, scammed him for $450,000, and Rampage came with receipts that looked like Dustin was guilty. Again, couldn't do anything about it. Laughably, Dustin Aab stayed in contact with him for some time and actually tried to get him to loan him more money that he claimed would help get him repaid the $450K. Now, Rampage didn't give that, and in fact posted the text messages, but it was funny that Dustin was so brazen to actually ask for more money, saying, well, give me more money and I can make the money back that I owe you. In 2024, he claimed that an LA-based bookie scammed him for $600,000. So now here in 2026, somehow in 25 he dodged being scammed, or if he did get scammed, he didn't tell us about it. But in 2026, Ethan Rampage Yao has been hit once again. Here is what he tweeted. It's been deleted, but I've saved it because I know to save these things. I know these things sometimes disappear, so I need to make sure they are saved on Poker Fraud Alert. So I copy-pasted it. This is what he tweeted on April 28th, 2026. Another scam of 2026, here we go. A few months ago, I uploaded some high-stakes private cash games from New York that the public thought was fake and inflated numbers as stakes ran up to 1K, 2K blinds, that is, no limit hold'em, and pots worth more than $600,000. They were 100% legitimate in a private game run by Stanley W. But sadly, like most poker players' experiences, the winning side of the players, including myself, have not been paid what was due, $242K to myself alone, since November 2025. Now, let me stop right here. Rampage was playing in some kind of private home game in New York City. These have existed for a long time. In fact, the games that were depicted in Rounders were similar to this. There was no Teddy KGB in these games that Rampage was playing at, but it's the same sort of setup. And he was saying that in these games that were organized by a guy who calls himself Stanley W., that they kept raising the blinds. They kept getting people to bump up the stakes of the game to the point where they were playing 1,000, 2,000 no limit, which is just gigantic. And unfortunately, as often happens at these games, as I've talked about before, the fish are playing on credit, and then when they don't pay, then the whole thing falls apart, and people are owed money, and they are often never made whole. There's nothing they can do about it. He went on to write, after months of trying to recoup and staying silent, I feel the need to be transparent about both my experience and the existing bad debts from all the individuals accounted for below. So he listed two people who contributed to the failure to get him paid, because it wasn't the Stanley W. just stealing the money, the organizer of the game. Stanley W. just couldn't collect from two of the losers in the game and therefore didn't pay the winners. So the two losers in the game were a person named Ritheshe, Rithseh, and this is supposedly a Google employee who's based in San Francisco. Ritheshe lost $260K and wouldn't pay. And then Bardia, who's based in Dubai, lost $1.25 million and would not pay. He wrote, "I've been warned endlessly about the dangers of playing in private games. Unfortunately, my purpose is to shine a light on poker at a larger scale. But with these recurring bad actors in play, this only hinders the great game that we love from ever growing. Be careful if you're ever playing with the players mentioned above." So basically he's saying, no matter how good the game seems, if this Ritheshe or this Bardia are in your game, don't play, because they're not going to pay and you're not going to get any money, even if you're a winner. So yeah, it was a standard fish on credit, won't pay situation in a private game, which happens in those app games and also happens in these live private games. At the beginning of his post, he was mentioning that some people accused him of lying about these games in the past, because he did post videos of himself playing in these games. And some had said, oh, you're really not playing for this much money. You're just pretending it's more money than it really is. And a lot of skepticism. He's saying, no, this was real. Unfortunately, I just got ripped off. I never got paid for these big hands I thought I won. He did have a video up in February 2026, a 30-minute video that features some of his play in the game. It's not very exciting, but if you want to go watch it, you can look for it. It's on his channel. It's called I Play a $200,000 Pot in NYC's Biggest Game. And you can find it on his channel. You can also just find a link to it in the Scam, Scandals, and Shadiness forum on Poker Fraud Alert, the one that said Rampage scammed again. Tell a Friend in the forum said, for whatever reason, I thought it was the house's responsibility to make payment, meaning if they allowed credit, it was on them. Well, in theory, I agree, but that's not the way it ever works. See, most of these would never run if the person who's running the game was taking such a huge risk. There's no way they'd run these nosebleed stakes games if they had to be on the hook for millions of dollars if the big fish don't pay. So in general, it's kind of understood there that if the fish don't pay, you don't get paid. Now, you'd think the real solution is just to not allow anyone to play on credit. But the problem is, these games are always competing for the fish with the other games and even with the live casinos. So they have to make it enticing for the fish to play there. And one way they can make it enticing is say, look, you don't have to bring $1 million here. You don't have to wire $1 million. We know you're good for it. We know you have a lot of money, so you can play on credit. And that's something enticing to the fish because they don't have to put the money up front. They don't have to bring money anywhere. It's just easy for them. It's a lot easier to go play in a high-stakes game like that than do it at a casino where you have to get the money there somehow. So if they say no, you have to bring it all up front, a lot of times the fish are going to say, forget it. I don't want to do it. Later, he claimed that this Bardia, the guy in Dubai, was making an offer to him that if he were to come to Dubai on the very specific dates of May 12th and June 12th, that he would get paid $400K for each trip. He just has to come to Dubai to pick up the money. How does that make any sense? Why wouldn't Bardia just wire the money? Why would he make them come all the way to Dubai to get it? And then how do you get it out of Dubai? A lot of times the government gets really funny if you're bringing that type of money into the country. Why would he have to bring $400K cash each time from Dubai to the U.S.? Why not just wire it? Something really weird about that. So Rampage said no. Funny enough, the Stanley guy was unhappy with Rampage about that, saying, come on, why don't you go down there? And then Stanley was also unhappy that Rampage was posting all of this stuff, all these conversations up on X, and saying that Barty is not going to pay until this stuff comes down. And Rampage at the time said, no, I'm not taking it down. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I want to be transparent. You guys didn't pay, so sorry, this is what happened. If you wanted to come down, pay me first. I'm not going to take it down just to have you guys not pay me. And then I look like a fool. So I agreed with him on that, but then the post came down, and he was saying that there's some progress in paying him, so he probably did start getting money, and that's probably why he took it down. So fortunately, I saved it. And I don't know what happened from there, but I don't know how much he has now. It's been almost a month since then. I didn't continue following it, and Rampage has posted so much stuff since then, I don't feel like sifting through it. But I don't think he's posted about it again. I think he was told, look, we're going to start paying you, but keep your mouth shut. Stop talking about this. Just pretend it didn't happen. That's my guess. That's probably why he hasn't said anything. So that, I believe, is the end of the story. We don't know exactly how it finished off. This one wasn't as bad as the other ones, because the other ones, he's just getting ripped off by people who were pretty obvious scammers, and he was just falling for it. This was more of a garden variety, high-stakes private game where someone just doesn't pay up. There's a lot of risk you take in these private games. It can get robbed. You can have people that just won't pay. There's cheating possible. Look at those Shane Hennon games, what was happening. There's too many very bad things that can happen in playing those games to where it's just not worth it, even if the games are very good. Usually when people play these home games, they walk away thinking, wow, these are good games. Wow, the players are so bad. Wow, I would never get to play against players this bad at these stakes in a casino. If I played these stakes in a casino, if it even ran, it would be like a bunch of really good players and maybe one fish. Here it's some mega fish, some mediocre players, like, wow, I can just crush this game. I can just print money here. Then they do win. They're very excited about it, and then they don't get paid. Or they just notice their luck is so terrible, and it turns out they're being cheated. And then what do you do? So my recommendation is always to stay away from those type of games. It's more likely at a lower stakes game, it's not going to be a cheating situation, because it's less lucrative to do so. But, even like a 5-5 game, they can get a lot of money from cheating. Not huge money, but big enough money to where it's worth doing for a lot of people. So I just stay away from those. I'm not talking about like little recreational home games that you play with friends, but these organized ones, I wouldn't do it. But Rampage, boy, it's just, you're not Rampage if you don't get scammed at least once a year for 6 figures. That seems to be the case with him. All right, we are done here. Now, see, I went and did this show a little more than 2 weeks after the last one. That's pretty quick for me. I've been taking like a month recently. But I said, you know what? I didn't even get to all the topics I wanted to last time. So I'm going to do another show, meaning this one. And I'm not only going to cover what I missed last time, including like all the World Series stuff, though the thing about the sponsorship patch permission, that hadn't happened yet. That's a new story. But I'm going to cover everything I didn't do last time, including this Rampage story, including that thing with the card counter, including the World Series stuff. Like, a lot of this was leftovers from the last show. And I said, you know what? I don't want to just do a leftover show. There's not enough for a full show. So I had some new topics, too, including a Druffytime Theater. And so we got a full-length show out of it here. Most of my shows these days seem to be around this length. Kind of a 4.5-hour type thing after the break is removed and the small edits are done. If you're playing at the World Series of Poker, the only thing I could urge you is to control yourself. Don't do anything stupid. Don't get tilted and fire off in the pits because you lose a tournament. Try to play tournaments when you're in proper shape to do so, meaning not tired, not sick, not drunk, not high. Don't go upstairs with the girls that approach you at 2 a.m. in the casino, because they're not approaching you because you're handsome. They're approaching you because they think you will pay for sex. And at best, you'll get some mediocre sex out of it for way too much money. At worst, they're going to scam you or rob you or let their boyfriends in to beat you up. It's just not a good scene. Well, I will broadcast next with World Series updates. Good night, good morning, shalom.